Morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 2025 edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Confirm that we have a quorum. In fact, I believe we have all members of council or of committee are here. We also have CAO, the Deputy Clerk, Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability, and other staff members. The public was advised of the agenda via and invited comments through the email to the township. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have a supplementary agenda, and that is Paula White, who is requested that the township's noise bylaw be attached and delegation concerning the Zoo and Wildlife Sanctuary bylaw. Committee, do we have any members who have pecuniary interests? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm going to excuse myself from zoning bylaw application D1, McAllister and Morgan. I have a personal relationship.
Thank you for that. As we always know, the invited delegates have 5 minutes, and I think we can move right into our first delegation, or our only delegation, which is Ms. White. And if you could start with your name and address, and as mentioned, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And welcome. Hope it's warm enough for you.
Good morning. Paula White, 1184 Crawford Street, Rosso. I represent a group who would like to propose a review and changes to bylaw 200583 to control noise and bylaw 2012148 to license, regulate and govern zoos and wildlife sanctuaries. We've been informed that the noise bylaw is to be reviewed in the fall, so we would like committee to consider the following changes. Page 2, point H, definition of noise, the current wording, noise means a sound prohibited by this bylaw. We propose the following definition of noise. Any form of sound that disrupts the natural ecosystem or that crosses boundary lines and interferes with or changes how a property owner may enjoy their property. It is felt that the emphasis should be on the noise creating a change in the circumstances of those who are impacted by it. It is about dealing with a loss of or change in circumstances generated by the source of the noise. Page 6.2, current wording, barking, whining, or other similar persistent sound made by a dog or a domestic pet for a continuous period exceeding 30 minutes in any part of the township. We propose delete all references to a specific period of time and animal. Insert persistent noise made by any animal that transcends the boundaries of a property and disturbs other residents. The owner or licensee of the animal or any other person having control over it at that time of the emission is liable for contravention of this bylaw. Provincial noise guidelines state noises are considered to be at an acceptable level if they are between 40 and 60 decibels or match the ambient background noise, whichever is higher. Any sound above acceptable levels is generally considered noise pollution. Moving on to bylaw 2012148, being a bylaw to license, regulate and govern zoos and wildlife sanctuaries within the township of Muskoka Lakes. We would like to propose that both zoos and wildlife sanctuaries in Muskoka Lakes townships are limited to providing for the provision of care and housing solely for species native to Ontario. Introducing exotic animals presents challenges for the township. The lack of provincial legislation for licensing leaves the municipality with responsibility for licensing, regulating and governing these premises to whom it issues the license. This comes with a dollar cost and burden upon staff, necessitating training requirements for staff, as well as the ultimate accountability, which will reside with the authority that bears responsibility for the regulating and governance of these organisations. The township becomes ultimately responsible for ensuring that the organisation meets all health and safety and animal welfare measures. Also, that satisfactory measures are taken to protect the general public and to provide for adequate security to prevent incursions by groups or individuals bent upon mischief and the release of animals. To do this would require a level of experience, training and professionalism that may not be currently available to township staff, and to achieve it would come at a cost. All of the above and more would be necessary in order to protect the township, general public and the licensed organisation from any untoward incidents and/or follow-on litigation. And the question should be asked as to whether this level of investment provides a justifiable return on township resident dollars. We propose the following amendments to the bylaw. Point 5, inspection. Inspections take place biannually to account for the radically different conditions winter and summer present in Muskoka, and to ensure owners, businesses are adhering to the requirements of this bylaw in order to continue to be licensed. Point 6, form of license, E, township to inform residents and neighbouring properties who can be impacted by any requests for a change of license and/or changes to buildings and structures, temporary or otherwise. Residents, neighbours should have the right to a 30-day review and be able to veto changes. Point 6F, amended to read an emergency plan to be shared with the neighbourhood. Point 9, nuisance abatement, amended to read neither zoos or wildlife sanctuaries shall allow any aspect of their organisation, including but not limited to noise and visual aspects, to transcend their boundaries and become a nuisance to surrounding properties and their residents. That concludes our proposals. I'd like to leave a copy of my presentation and ask that our specific requests are minuted.
Thank you very much, and we will ensure that every member of the committee gets a copy of that. And thank you for being precisely 5 minutes long. Very good.
Thank you.
We will be, committee will be discussing this later on in the agenda, but at this moment, I'd ask any committee members if they have any questions of Ms. White. I guess that means it was a very succinct and clear
There was a lot of
report. So
information in there.
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was very, very, very interesting. All right, our next item is an official plan amendment. Unusually today, we actually have 3 official plan amendments, which is highly unusual. So the first one is OPA 59 ZB, and it's a combination official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. It's ZBA 57/24, and Ms. Walker will present the staff report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. The first applications to be heard are official plan amendment application OPA 59 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 57/24 in the name of Habrowski. The subject lands are known municipally as 1519 Muskoka Road, 118 West, Unit 1. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 39 of the agenda package, or in front of you on the screen today. The purpose and effect of the applications is to permit the construction of a 2-story garage with the upper story being storage, which exceeds the maximum permitted lot coverage and is located on a lot with deficient frontage. Next slide, please. Section B.9.6A of the Township's 2013 official plan identifies that lot coverage exceeding 1/10 of the maximum permitted lot coverage requires an official plan amendment. In this case, the maximum permitted lot coverage is 10%, and this can be increased to 11% without the need for an official plan amendment. The applicant is proposing a lot coverage amount exceeding 11%. The proposed OPA is to permit a lot coverage on the property that over the entire lot and within 200 feet that exceeds the 1/10. The total lot coverage proposed is 11.8%, and the coverage proposed within 200 feet of the high water mark is 16.3%. The exemptions are all outlined on the table in front of you on the screen. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Brian Morrell, the Township's Fire Chief, Crystal Story, the Township's Land and Agreement Coordinator, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. All these comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. We get the next slide. Thank you. Staff have recommended that official plan amendment 59 Hovrovsky not be adopted and that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 5724 be denied. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. I believe the applicant's planner is Ms. Markham. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Melissa Markham. I did send a presentation in advance of today's meeting, and that is going to be shared. Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Melissa Markham, Planning Consultants, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 2J6. I'm here today on behalf of the owner of the subject lands. As you heard, applications have been submitted for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. The purpose of the applications is to permit the construction of a detached garage within the first 200 feet of the high water mark. Relief, as you heard, is required to permit an increase in lot coverage over the total lot and within 200 feet of the high water mark. Next slide, please. As staff provided, the subject lands were the subject of a minor variance application in 2024, and this permitted an increase in total lot coverage within 200 feet of the high water mark, side yard setbacks, and to recognize an existing deficient lot frontage. The image on the left identifies the approved plan through the minor variance application for the garage to be behind the 200-foot setback. The drawing on the right shows the proposed application that's before you today. The image on the right of the screen shows a slightly increased detached garage, which complies with the side yard setbacks, is in line with the cottage, which has since been constructed, and is located in an area previously cleared for development. Next slide, please. The owner is seeking an increase in lot coverage within the first 200 feet, and this is to minimize the amount of site alteration and vegetation removal that would be required to locate the garage in the approved location beyond the 200 feet from the high water mark. The owner took the photos shown on the screen. The images to the left are looking north towards the rear of the property or to the rear of the existing under construction garage, showing the existing bedrock that's located on the property. The proposed garage would be located to the rear of this area and will require alteration to construct the garage in the proposed location. The images to the right show the under construction approved dwelling with the clearing area to the rear where the proposed garage is to be located. Next slide, please. The application was submitted with a scoped environmental impact assessment, which was submitted with the application in December of 2024. The scoped environmental impact assessment reviewed the existing site conditions, including the topographic constraints, the relationship of the approved versus the proposed garage locations with regards to site conditions, environmental constraints, and provided recommendations to best address the environmental constraints. Summary of some of the comments within the scoped report is that it was preferable from an environmental perspective to build the standalone garage a minimum 133 feet from the shoreline, immediately behind the cottage that's being rebuilt. Moving the garage a minimum 200 feet would require extensive earthworks, blasting, and tree removals, which would increase environmental risks and not achieve any additional aesthetic benefits. And given the unique attributes of this lot, they do not believe that an allowance for greater lot coverage within 200 feet of the shoreline would create a precedent. March 11th, after the application was submitted, staff reached out to provide a peer review of this report would be completed prior to moving forward with the application. The owner confirmed they were comfortable with proceeding with this peer review. And on July 9th, over 6 months from the submission of the application, the peer review was received, and the peer reviewer provided that they agreed with the environmental report, which was conducted, the peer review was conducted on behalf of Township. Next slide, please. The owner and I have read the staff report and do not agree with the comments provided. Staff have provided three main comments raised by the application. Number one, that it does not conform to township official plan. I'd like to provide lot coverage as set out to reduce the amount of development within 200 feet of a lake to protect the environment, ensure water quality is not impacted, and to minimize built form. I don't have time in my presentation today to go through all the policies of the official plan. However, the vision statement in the 2013 official plan provides that the township endeavors to maintain a strong sense of community while embracing economic enhancement and growth opportunities that respect the environment and maintain a high level of protection for our lakes. The new official plan provides a similar vision to protect the environment and council's own vision of where generations live and gather in breathtaking natural environment, enjoying recreation, history, and small town character. These will be protected and enhanced for future generations. In my opinion, the application is in keeping with the harmony of the official plan. The second comment was built form. As provided, a two-story detached garage is already permitted to be constructed on the subject lands in the location beyond the 200-foot setback.
Ms. Markham, you're coming up to your 5 minutes.
The last comment is precedent setting. I'd like to offer the applications do not set precedents, but are assessed on their own merits based on specific facts. The environmental report even provided there are unique attributes on this lot, which do not relate to all waterfront properties. And then my final slide essentially is just providing that the applications are consistent with the relevant policies of the PPS, district official plan where no concerns were raised by the district. Applications propose an official plan amendment, and the application seeking to review that, the bylaw would be consistent with the official plan. In my opinion, the application represents good planning. We thank committee and hopefully we'll look for a recommendation of approval with the reasons provided and a site plan agreement, which would implement the recommendations of the environmental report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will see if there are anybody wishing to speak for or against this application online or in the room. Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have questions to the applicant's agents, or of to the planner? Questions? Do we have the resolution? I'll read the resolution. We'll see if we have any discussion. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that official plan amendment 59 not be adopted. Committee, do we have any discussions on this? Mayor Kelly.
I just would like to hear that one more time to make sure we're voting in the negative.
Be it resolved, so the recommendation by staff is that this be denied. The resolution reads, be it resolved that official plan amendment 59, Bobrovsky, not be adopted. So if you vote yes, it will be denied. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I did a lot of thinking about this application, and I fully support what we have written in our official plan and staff's recommendation with these. But the part I have is the concern that you can't do it here, but you can do it there. And from an environmental point of view, you blow up tons of rock. And that part bothers me because they do have the right to put it. And from what I can see from the photographs, they'll be taking out a ton of rock. So that's the point I am worried about. And from an environmental, and I'm just asking my peers, what are your thoughts on something like that, where we definitely want to support our official plan, but on the other side, the applicant has a right to remove a lot of stone, which is going to hurt the character of the area.
Ms. Walker, would you like to address that issue? Our thoughts?
I can speak to that just from staff's perspective. So staff does acknowledge that the proposed location through this application would require less site alteration in the short term, and we do acknowledge that. The
location of the garage that has already been approved through the minor variance would require in the short term more site alteration and tree removal, but staff feel that long term, it is better for density to be limited within 200 feet of the shoreline, as it protects the water quality, it protects the density overall, and it is precedent setting, in our opinion, if we do permit such a high lot coverage, especially at this amount within 200 feet of the water. So staff did weigh up all of those considerations, and we had a similar discussion to what you have raised today, Councillor Roberts, and through our report, this is where we've landed on our recommendation.
Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just wanted to add on to what Ms. Walker was saying. I think she made some great points. If you take a look at page 28, oh, I've lost it, sorry. If you take a look at figure 5 on page 30, you'll see the photos from staff site visit at the time of the minor variance application. And you'll see the red arrow pointing to where the garage would be. At that time, the site looked quite a bit different than what it looks like now. And you'll see that there's been quite a bit of site alteration that appears to have happened and blasting that appears to have already happened as well. So at the time the minor variance application was approved, it was approved in that location, and the environmental report that's come forward has stated that there will be some blasting that's required for this previously approved location. However, it does appear that perhaps more site alteration is needed now because of works that's been done for the dwelling. So I did want to point that out. And then I think also it is important to note that the environmental impact study wasn't a requirement of the township. It was something that the applicant opted to do, which is fine, and they're welcome to do that, but there was no specific feature that staff required an environmental study for. And I think that, as Ms. Walker was pointing out, we have to think about the long-term ramifications of planning and decisions and on the environment. And I think the environmental studies focus quite a bit on the short-term impacts. And right now there's going to be blasting required and tree removal required, but it doesn't necessarily go into detail to state that those short-term impacts are going to have more long-term ramifications than if the proposed location of the new garage were to be renaturalized, revegetated, become a fulsome buffer. So these are things that staff also considered when putting forward our recommendation.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any other comments or questions, opinions on this? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, could I ask to the chair, Ms. Walker? I believe this is an undersized lot, is it? It's was it 50 feet of frontage, is it?
Ms. Walker.
Through you, that's correct. There's 51 feet of straight line frontage on the property, so it is an undersized lot.
No, okay, because I remember vaguely when it came to committee for adjustment, we had picked that spot out for it. So, okay, thank you.
Committee, any other comments? I'd like to make a comment. I fully support the position that staff have taken. This is at the waterfront, this is a very narrow lot. And it's what is it, 16.3% coverage is very, very significant over our bylaw of 10 and over our general allowance of 11. And this is, hard surfaces you can't remove. It's a roof and it has runoff. And runoff is a serious environmental problem when it happens. So that's a main thinking. And then also in the now 6.5 years that I have been looking at planning applications, I think this is the first one where the square foot there, the 11% has been asked for other than what was grandfathered. We often allow them when they're grandfathered, but I have never seen an application come in over 11%. So this is, I think, a precedent. We have that, the whole community understands the importance of that 11%, and I've never seen anybody request going beyond. So I will be supporting this as well. So any more comments or Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, just at the risk of piling on, I'm pretty sure whatever council put together the 213 official plan that we're relying on, we're well aware of the obstacles to construction, and they went ahead with a 200-foot setback and a measurement that's based on that. So to Councillor Roberts' issue about blasting, I would need still a pretty compelling reason to ignore what I think sounds like an expected thorough review done by our planning staff. I think this proposal violates not only the spirit of the official plan, but the language. And so I will be voting to support the denial.
Any more comments? All those in favor? Any against? That carries. We have the zoning bylaw. Now, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amended application ZBA 57/24 be denied. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. Our next item is another official plan amendment. This is OPA 60 and a zoning bylaw 45/24 on Home Island. And Mr. Mello. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is official plan amendment 60 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-4524 in the name of Daviau. The subject lands are known municipally as 2 Home Island J7. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 129 of the agenda package. The subject property is currently developed with a 2-story dwelling, a 1-story boathouse, a 2-story boathouse containing a sleeping cabin, a sauna, a gazebo, and a shed. Next slide, please. An official plan amendment application has been submitted to amend the township's 2013 official plan. Section B.10.3 of the township's 2013 official plan states that 1 dwelling and 1 sleeping cabin shall be permitted for residential property where the lot dimensions are appropriate. The purpose of this amendment is to permit the development of a 2nd dwelling on a lot containing an existing residential dwelling, which will remain. The result will be 2 dwellings on 1 lot. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment also seeks to permit an exemption from sections 3.33, 3.45, and 4.1.5 of the township zoning bylaw to permit the development of a 2nd dwelling on the subject property. The exemptions are included on page 106 of the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 7 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Matt Veach, the township's development and transportation engineering coordinator, Ryan Morrell, the township's fire chief, and Chriselle Story, the township's land and agreements coordinator, stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner for the district municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application, provided township staff ensure the severance potential is also in accordance with the township policy and the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the scoped fish habitat assessment completed by Beacon Environmental, dated February 14th, 2025, and the scoped species at risk assessment completed by Beacon Environmental. 2 letters of support were received from neighboring property owners located at 4 Island J7 and 3 Island J7. The letters of support have been circulated to committee members. The applicant's agent has brought to our attention that the total proposed habitable floor area calculation in the report was incorrect. The applicant's agent has indicated that the habitable floor area is approximately 5,550 square feet for the existing and proposed dwellings and the sleeping cabin. Staff note that this does not impact the analysis of the application, nor does it impact our recommendation. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that official plan amendment 60 be adopted by the township and the record be forwarded to the district municipality of Muskoka for approval. And that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-4524 be approved by the township, subject to the following revisions in the draft zoning bylaw amendment. One, that reference to the submission of a concurrent official plan amendment, OPA 60, to permit 2 dwellings on 1 lot, and a reference that pursuant to subsection 24 2.1 of the Planning Act, this bylaw does not come into force and effect unless or until OPA 60 is approved by the District of Muskoka, and such OPA 60 is in full force and effect. Staff further recommend that 3rd reading of the bylaw be withheld until such time as the as-built gazebo structure be brought into compliance with the township zoning bylaw or removed. Further, staff recommend that the existing site plan agreement be amended to address issues including but not limited to conservation of built heritage resources, the designation of the existing dwelling under Part IV of the Ontario Heritage Act, and to remove the previously approved 2-story dwelling addition from the existing dwelling. Staff have also recommended an additional revision to the official plan amendment to revise section 5.1 to reference the 2013 official plan. An amended resolution has been prepared to reflect this change. I have no further comments at this time and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. DeMello. Mr. Zurbach. Welcome.
I like that name and address in large font from my old eyes. Stefan Sherbach, planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L1Z8. I understand the owners may be online and monitoring the meeting. Planscape was retained by the owners back in and the architect back in 2023 to assist them with what started out as a zoning amendment application to permit a second dwelling on the island. During our initial discussions with planning staff, we first mentioned that the owners had the right, an existing site plan agreement to permit a 3,600 square foot addition onto the existing dwelling. They can apply for a building permit today to get that. But instead of proceeding with that addition, the owners were more interested in preserving what they had thought was one of the first initial cottages in the area. There was some information that was provided to them when they purchased the property. They're more interested in preserving this heritage structure, and instead of proceeding with the proposed development, really what they're looking to do is pick up this development and just move it to the rear of the property. In an area that's full of trees, forest areas. They're meeting all the setbacks, and it's further away from any of the structures that are on the island. We're fully aware of the official plan policies that only permit 1 dwelling per property, but there are other policies that allow additional development when dealing with larger properties that have severance potential. The owners enjoy the large property and have no interest in severing the lot. Therefore, the justification to request a second dwelling falls squarely on the severance potential of the lot, and more importantly, to preserve this known heritage feature. On their own accord, they went ahead and hired a heritage assessment. I really encourage you to review the assessment. It's fascinating to sort of understand some of the history related to this specific dwelling itself. And to ensure that it met or exceeded their specific criteria within the Heritage Act in order to move forward with certain designations of structures, and happy to see that it met several of the criteria. So after even further discussions with staff, they requested an additional environmental reviews, which were conducted, and it was determined that an official plan amendment be submitted concurrently to permit the second dwelling. We've read the staff report. Thank you to Emma and planning staff for their help throughout this process. It's not a typical request, and we can all agree that under certain circumstances, additional habitable structures can be considered on certain properties, and in fact, this is one of those instances. To highlight what is included in the staff report, again, the lot has severance potential. They have the right to build a substantial addition onto the existing dwelling today. The owners, again, are simply moving this to the rear of the property, and the property is also well below the maximum lot coverage. There's no other variances for setbacks, height, etc. Everything will work in accordance with the bylaw. Related to the official plan amendment, the district plan, as indicated in the staff report, permits additional dwellings on lots with severance potential. And with the subject Muskoka Lakes official plan, the proposal, in my mind, doesn't offend any other official plan policies or directions in your plan and also the district's plan. So finally, related to the recommendations in the staff report, and again, I appreciate the efforts put forward with this report. The owners are in full agreement to revise the existing site plan, eliminate or remove this permitted addition, and also to ensure that any recommendations in the technical reports are included in the agreement. More importantly, the owner will happily apply to designate the heritage structure. This is an odd scenario. Usually it's a municipality initiating this. The applicant is initiating it, provided things move forward, they'd be more than happy to do that. And if it means they have to do it within 2 years as recommended by staff, that is not a problem as well. The policy review in the staff report is complete and thorough. It's in line with the planning justification report that's included in the submission. And we are, more importantly, aligned with staff's recommendations to the committee this morning. So finally, you're in receipt of 2 letters of support from neighboring individuals on the island. And we would respectfully request approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw in front of you. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you very much. I believe it's Mr. Davio is online. Good morning, sir. Would
Good morning.
Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I don't have a real official presentation. I did just a little bit of color. We love the heritage building that we're in. It's one of the oldest cottages in Muskoka. We don't want to touch it. The problem with an old building is we have 3 bedrooms. One is barely a bedroom. It's really hard to host, my older children there. I need to build something. So I either got to tear down the cottage, build something bigger, put an addition on the back as it was indicated. I thought this idea would be great, where we designate the cottage historical. No one can ever touch it, which would be great because there's been too many, I've been a proud owner in Muskoka for 20 years. This isn't my first old property that I've bought. We like it. We'd like to keep it. And, with this, we can get some additional bedrooms kind of in the back, which is what we're looking for. The current structure, really doesn't accommodate a family, but we love it. I will stay in the current structure as my wife, as will my wife, obviously. But, for our guests, we need something else. So hopefully this is something that fits. Before we even started down this path, I did have a call with the mayor, as you know, and the head planner saying, is this a path that could work? We got some positive encouragement. And as a result, I've spent a fair amount of money with heritage consultants and other consultants to make sure that we can execute this as is. So thanks very much for the staff. They've done a whole bunch of work because I know this is a little different, and to Stefan and the people at Planscape. So we want to be as accommodative as possible. Our neighbors on the island are all very supportive of this as well. I've had meetings with both of them, and they're both very, very supportive of it. So appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak for or against this application?
Sorry, we just need Mr. Davio's name and address for.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Davio, your name, your address, please.
In Toronto or up north?
Whatever works for you.
It's on your tax filings, but 1 St. Thomas Street, Toronto, Ontario, 20 Suite 26. And don't ask me the postal code.
All right.
I'll have to look that up.
Starts with M.
It starts with an M. Exactly.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody for or against? All right. So committee, I turn it over to you for questions of the planner or the applicant's planner.
Ms. Kent.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. A combination of things. I couldn't find in the material, how big is Home Island and how many cottages are on there? Because I originally thought you owned the whole island, but you own the end. So if your whole property is 4 acres, is that right?
Just over.
I'll direct that question to the
question.
planner.
I have 2 questions here.
Yeah. So Mr. Mello?
Through you, Chair Bosworth, yes, the property is 4.05 acres.
No, how many cottages are on the island? How big is the island?
The island in its entirety
I'm not entirely sure. I believe there are two other properties on the island.
Mr. Danielle.
Currently on the subject property, there is an existing dwelling. There's a two-story boathouse containing a sleeping cabin, and a one-story boathouse, in addition to a sauna, gazebo, and a shed.
Can I ask
I
Mr.
represent about half the island. The other
You
half of
represent-
the island is again, this is approximation, two other cottages, both of whom are supportive of this.
Can I ask?
Thank you very much. Councillor Kent, one more question.
If we approve this, and this is really for Mr. Davio or his, are you, the concern being that you could have severed it and built a lot more stuff? Is the next application going to be, and I'm not implying any bad intent here, but what would be your plans for future docks, future boathouses? Like,
Zero.
what
Yeah,
are
you
you
can
willing
put
to
that
make?
in the application. I'm not building, it's meant to be bedrooms. I want everyone back in the main cottage and the main boathouse. It's zero dock, zero anything.
Thank you. Committee, and I urge everybody to put their questions through me. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to staff. And I'm so excited to see this being brought forward for the heritage thing, just my preamble. But I am also wondering, so in the past, we have, as a council or committee, would have to request this. Is that the case today? Like, should we be making an additional request that this be added to the Heritage Registry?
Mr. Mello?
Through you, Chair Bosworth, my understanding is that this could happen in multiple ways. We've recommended that the applicant come forward in the future with an application to designate the existing dwelling. With the cultural heritage evaluation report in hand, recommending designation, I believe Planning Committee could decide to proceed with the designation now. But that would be the decision of committee.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Through you to you, in a question,
Mm-hmm.
could you make that happen? Sorry, I'm basically saying I would be in favor if we were doing that today, but what would be the steps that you would require?
Well, perhaps we can talk about that when we've got the resolution read, as it's more a discussion point. Any other questions from committee? Seeing Mayor Kelly? Oh, Mr. Surback. Thank you. Can't see.
Sorry, thank you. My apologies for putting my hand up, but just further to that question, it is going to be designated. It's going, if council approves this, it's going to be part of the site plan agreement with some recommendations in there to say the owner must apply to designate it within 2 years. So we made sure that we had all the I's dotted, T's crossed to make sure that this is going to be done subject to it. So legal agreement is there, done in 2 years. You will be getting an application. Chances are we may be proceeding shortly after, this meeting. I'll just have to talk to the owner and just make sure there's no appeals and all that other stuff. So we will be bringing it forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. All right, where's the resolution? All right, so we have a resolution, and as you heard in the report, there's a slight amendment to. So let me read the resolution first. Moved by Councillor Burry. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that official plan amendment 60 be adopted by the township through the approval of bylaw. We don't have a bylaw number.
No.
We don't have a bylaw number yet, and that the record be forwarded to the District Municipality of Muskoka for approval, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 45/22 be approved by the township through the approval of a bylaw whose number is yet to be determined, and the record to be forwarded to the District Municipality of Muskoka for approval, subject to the following. That the following revisions be made to the draft of bylaw, reference to the submission of a concurrent official plan amendment OPA 60 to permit 2 dwellings on 1 lot, and reference that pursuant to subsection 24 bracket 2.1 of the Planning Act, that this bylaw does not come into force and effect unless or until OPA 60 is approved by the District of Muskoka, and such OPA 60 is in full force and effect. That third reading of the bylaw be withheld until such time as the as-built gazebo structure is brought into compliance with the township zoning bylaw, or removed, and that the existing site plan agreement be amendment to address issues including but not limited to conservation of built heritage resources, the designation of the existing dwelling under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and to remove the previously approved two-story dwelling addition from the existing dwelling. Now, do I read this next? The adjustment is moved by Councillor Burry and seconded by Councillor Kent. Interesting. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add to the end of the first paragraph, subject to the following revision, that the following revision be made to the draft official plan amendment, section 5.1 of the draft official plan amendment be revised to reference the 2013 official plan. Right,
And then
thank you.
the main motion as amended.
So committee, open for discussion. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. And through you, just really quickly, when I first heard about this proposal and had a conversation with Mr. Zerback and Mr. Davio, it wasn't the first time I've heard a property owner talking about preserving their property and taking extraordinary measures to do so. But this is the first one that I've seen actually come this far. So I'm thrilled to see that. There are a lot cheaper and easier ways, probably faster ways to accomplish this goal. So I think, I'm fully in support of this. I think we should celebrate any effort that's made to preserve the heritage of this place. And I wish everybody well on the rest of the route if this gets approved. Thank you.
Any more from committee? All right, so I call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Now, all those in favor of the revised
Main
motion as amended? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have to sign this one as well?
No. Because otherwise people think I'm.
All right. All right. The next application before us is Report Plan 2025-101, another OPA, this one number 62, plus an accompanying zoning bylaw amendment 10-25. And the address is 1011 Skeleton Road, and this is Miss Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. The next application to be heard is Official Plan Amendment 62 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZBA 10/25 in the name of Krizik. The subject lands are known municipally as 1011 Skeleton Lake Road 4. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 295 of the agenda package. The lands known as 1011 Skeleton Lake Road 4 are currently developed with a dwelling and with an attached sun deck, a detached garage, a wood shed, and 2 as-built accommodation units with attached sun decks. Next slide, please. An official plan amendment application has been submitted to amend the township's 2023 official plan. Section F3.4.1A states that any application to develop a new commercial resort outside of an urban center shall require an amendment to this plan and shall be supported by evidence satisfactory to the township that there is a need for additional commercial resort accommodation in the township. The proposed resort is located within the rural area land use designation, and therefore an OPA has been submitted. The proposed resort will include 6 accommodation units with attached sun decks, 2 bathhouses, 2 wellness buildings, a nature boutique, an educational building, and an observational deck. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 296 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is in part to rezone the existing rural residential RU1 zone to rural commercial resort RUC2 to permit the proposed resort and to expand the existing environmental EP1 zone based on the recommendations made within the submitted environmental impact assessment. Next slide, please. The ZBA also seeks to permit a number of exemptions, as shown on the screen and on pages 276 and 277 of the agenda package. The first exemption seeks to restrict the main use within the RUC2 zone to a tourist resort where a number of other uses are permitted as of right. Exemption B seeks to implement a recommendation made within the scoped EIA, being that all buildings and structures be set back a minimum of 49.2 feet from the top of slope. The consultant has advised that the buildings and structures that already exist today within this setback are okay to remain provided they are not expanded in any way. The last exemption seeks to recognize as-built accommodation unit number 5 and 6 within the proposed EP1 zone. The environmental consultant is supportive of this request, provided they are not expanded in any way and vegetation is not removed within the EP1 zone. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting and 17 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that based on application materials and previous building permit records, Development Services is satisfied that sufficient area exists on site to locate a sewage system or systems to support this proposed development. However, the suggested design flows cannot be evaluated at this time, but will be reviewed at time of building and sewage permit applications. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, stating that the Operational Services Department does not permit a second entrance to be installed at the northern portion of the lot, as there are no natural features or barriers present that separates the use of the property or would prevent access to the proposed structures on the property. I've also discussed further with Mr. Veach that the existing entrance for this property would need to be upgraded to a commercial entrance if this were approved. Comments were received from Ryan Murrell, the township's fire chief, stating no comments. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner for the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff would not be opposed to the applications, provided that the township is satisfied that there is sufficient potable water to service the development. In addition, the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact assessment. Comments were received from Larry Simon on behalf of the Skeleton Lake Cottagers Association. Those comments were circulated to committee before this meeting. 12 letters of objection have been received to date. These letters were received from Brian Williamson, C.A. Blair and L. Stewart Higgins, Doug and Cheryl Doherty, Doug and Nancy Fullerton, Kevin Martindale on behalf of their family, Linda and Jan Sukarda, Michael Book and Catherine Roche, Melissa Bissonette, Timlin Daniel and Stephen Way, Todd Bissonette, Anuradha and Vijay Gupta, and Bev Boylan. These comments were circulated to committee or included in the supplementary agenda, although I will say there was one comment received last night, which was from Bev Boylan. So if committee would like that comment to be read in full, we can do that or circulate to you for a quick read. Next slide, please. The township's official plan is generally supportive of resort development within the rural area and lists it as a permitted use, provided it can be demonstrated that the proposal can be appropriately serviced, accessed, is economically viable, has appropriate amenities commensurate with the proposal, and is suitable with the surrounding character. To this end, staff have a few comments. First, the information provided has not satisfied staff that on-site water and sewer flows will be less than 5,000 liters per day. And in accordance with official plan policy L1.4A, a hydrogeological assessment is required. Comments from the township's chief building official and district comments support this request. Second, within the submitted planning justification report, 2 phases are proposed for the development. The first of which would be the accommodation units, and the second phase would include the amenities. This proposal is not in conformity with the township's official plan, which states that amenities must be developed within the first phase, and leaves a level of discomfort that the amenities would in fact be developed. Therefore, staff recommend a revision to the bylaw to require the establishment of one of the 2 proposed wellness buildings, the educational building, and the nature boutique prior to the establishment of any of the accommodation units. Next slide, please. Third, to ensure that the resort remains small in scale and compatible with the rural area designation, staff recommend that a revision be made to the bylaw, to the draft bylaw, to stipulate that accommodation units are permitted only in the extent and location as shown on the schedule to the bylaw. This would mean that the units could not be expanded and no other units could be constructed without further approval from this committee and council. I would further recommend that this revision include housekeeping units, which are essentially the same thing as accommodation units, except housekeeping units by definition in the township's zoning bylaw include kitchen facilities. Should committee have concerns with the amenity buildings being expanded in future or other buildings being proposed on the lands, consideration could be given to locking in the floor area of all the buildings and structures on the property to that shown on the attached plan. If this is desirous of committee, the resolution would need to be amended further today. Fourth and lastly, to ensure that the recommendations made within the scoped EIA are implemented, staff recommend that the lands and development be made subject to site plan control. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that official plan amendment OPA 62 be adopted by the township through the approval of the bylaw and the record be forwarded to the district municipality of Muskoka for approval. Staff further recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1025 be approved subject to the following. That third reading of the bylaw be withheld until such time as a satisfactory hydrogeological assessment is prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted to the satisfaction of the township. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to require the establishment of one of the 2 proposed wellness buildings, the educational building, and the nature boutique prior to the establishment of the accommodation units. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to stipulate that accommodation units are permitted in the extent and location as shown on Schedule 3 to the draft bylaw, and further that any future housekeeping units are included in that. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw to implement wording which requires the approval of OPA 62 prior to the bylaw coming into force and effect. And that the subject lands and proposed development be made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agent, I believe, is Ms. Ledger. And is she online? Oh, no, she's here. Good morning. I was wondering. No, yeah, well, that's, I didn't see you, so I was wondering, where is Ms. Ledger? All right, good morning. We know your name. Reconfirm your address and you have 5 minutes.
It on and off so the batteries don't die. Sorry. Terry Ledger, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. I am the agent for the applicant, and I'd just like to thank committee for hearing this. Thank staff for the work they've done at district and the township level. It's been a long journey here. I'll try and be quick, but I think you should understand the history of the property because I think there's a lot of, the neighbors are concerned, which I appreciate. So I just wanted to go over that quickly and then address a couple of the conditions that we're concerned about. So the owners purchased the property in 2014, I believe, or just before, so over 10 years ago. It's a very unique property. If anyone knows the area, it's very interesting. And I think they having lived there for a little bit, the cabins were constructed in, I think it was just around COVID time, and rented at that time. They were then given stop work orders from the township because even though they're under 10 square meters, which a lot of people think you can just build without a building permit under 10 square meters, which you can if it's a shed, but not if it's a habitable building. So that happens a lot. So at that time, they actually contacted me and we had them building permits taken out for sheds. So technically right now they're sheds. At that time, then they discussed what they should do to, keep this sort of home business alive. And were advised by staff that converting it to a resort probably wasn't a good idea at that time. Subsequently, 2023, there was an application by Kennedy, and I'm sure most of you remember that. You would have been here. For an eco-tourist resort, exactly what they wanted to do. And it was very similar, 5 units, 323 square foot cabins, no plumbing, no kitchens, and it was supported by staff and approved. So they thought it would be a good time to come back and pursue their dreams of having an eco resort. In the meantime, they have a neighbor who I think is probably the concern. They may have thought it was this property, but they do have a neighbor who they've caught trespassing not only on their own property, but down to over lakefront property.
Ledger, could we steer clear of that kind of accusation, please?
Sure. We're being accused of things. I just wanted to say it, not necessarily.
Yeah, we're
and it's
stick to the topic. Please.
Sure. Okay. Some of the other things to address: the public beaches in the area. This is again was a concern, and the owners always suggest there's a public beach on Skeleton Lake Road 5 and other public access points throughout Muskoka that they can use. So not to condone any trespassing. So that's kind of how we got to this point and what we're here to do. I would just like to say it's very small. I think the 2 cabins are 108 square feet plus decks. And then they've used the Kennedy proposal to do 323 square foot cabins, proposed cabins, the additional ones. So actually the first phase, which is the 2 that are existing, and the new one are actually smaller than a sleeping cabin that we allow on the waterfront. And then the second phase with the subsequent, the 3 cabins, they're 323, proposed to be 323. So no plumbing facilities in them, no electricity. It's really meant to be eco resort, sustainable. You take out what you bring in kind of deal. So
Ms. Ledger, you're at 4 minutes and I know you had some issues you'd like to get to. So
thank you. I appreciate that. So one is the hydrogeological study. I did contact an engineer regarding this. And the cost is, she said, likely around 8,000 to 12,000, depends on how much drilling is needed and access. But my point, I guess, is that when you go to apply for the septic permits, this will be triggered. And to make it a condition before you can do anything, where these units don't have plumbing, is very onerous on the their homeowners. They live on site. So they were very concerned about that, and I know that it would have to be done if and when they apply for the septic permits. And the other one was just about the amenities, because 2 of the cabins exist already. They would like to sort of proceed there, and it's financing too. So as they, if we could word that just a little differently, then they could start their business immediately, and then as they have money, build things. And maybe there's a way to do it by, before cabin 4 is built, these amenities must be done. just to help them financially. But at the end of the day, that's just an ask. They appreciate why it's being recommended. So at the end of the day, it's you know, a nice, affordable, very inclusive, sustainable way for people who wouldn't normally be able to visit Muskoka to come and do that here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? So I presume we have quite a few in the room who would like to speak in opposition to this application. And if I'm correct, who would like to go first? Or am I going to point, or which I could volunteer somebody?
Yes.
My name is Brian Williamson, 1051 Josh's Bay Road, POB 1MO. I've already submitted my comments before. I don't know how much more I can add to that. I'm taking a day off from work on my birthday, just to be here because this is how important it is to me. I've had the place for 25 years. It's like a campground. You live in the city, noise, pollution, noise all around. And it seems to be a theme with noise with some of the comments earlier. So that's going to be taken away, I believe. That area is, I've seen bears and deer and moose in this area that most likely will be disturbed. There's a little middle stream at the end of Skeleton Lake Road 4 where the road is. That could be somewhat taken away, I'm assuming. But it's just the overall quietness of that place. I mean, you moved to Muskoka for a reason. The reason I came to Algonquin Park as a young fella, and I always wanted to live up in this area because of that. And I have it. It's beautiful. But I just think that with the resort, maybe, I don't know if you're opening up Pandora's box to have anybody else do something similar to this, but it's going to affect us for sure. And like I said, I've already submitted my comments. You can see who's behind me. We're a very small group of people who live on that street. Maybe 20 homes at most, I think. And that's why you got almost everybody here for that reason. And nobody seems to be for it. So I don't know whether it matters that we're here for this, but I hope it does, because we do feel passionate about where we are and we just don't want any changes. Other than that, thank you very much. And I'll let the rest of them all talk.
Thank you very much. And again, happy birthday. Who would like to go next?
Morning.
Morning, name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Doug Fullerton, Skeleton Lake Road 4, postal code POB 1MO. Good morning. I'm sharing my thoughts today as a lifelong resident of Muskoka. My wife and I, along with approximately 10 of our neighbors, have submitted objection letters, are supportive of the township's official plan and its goal of encouraging affordable tourism that is focused on ecology, wellness, and Muskoka's culture. I am a retired CPA whose work history includes Director of Finance at National Grocers Retail, responsible for NGR's corporate reporting and the financial reporting of its associated franchise locations, primarily Yates and Value Marts. I was also the CFO at Nike Canada. At both these companies, consultants were used to provide expertise and insight. To be considered qualified to be and to place reliance on the reports, a consultant must have the necessary mix of qualified education, expertise, and experience. I believe the EIS meets the threshold of these three criteria, and the report can be relied upon. Interestingly, contrary to what was just mentioned, I understood the report to conclude that the 30-meter setback in the TMLP be strictly adhered to, but the application that is submitted ignores this. Unfortunately, I don't believe the threshold of these criteria has been met with the MFR and the PJR, and accordingly cannot be relied upon. In addition, these reports are heavy on opinion and opportunity, but light on facts with almost no financial data. Here's just a snippet of some of the issues in these reports as I saw them. Comparison, when used, is unrealistic and presented erroneously. Obvious errors and omissions undermines these reports and questions what else is wrong or exaggerated. The location of the proposed second parking lot is on a blind curve with about 100 feet of sight line. TML Public Works doesn't support it to the best of my knowledge. But if you weren't familiar with the site, you wouldn't know this. Financially, there is almost no financial information. There are numerous financial red flags over and above the lack of detail. There is no proof of funding or evidence of capital availability, and I think we just heard that is definitely an issue. Professional management. With regards to professional management, our experience calls into question whether professional management does exist at the existing two cabin resort. These cabins have been marketed as accommodation with access to a public beach, even though Skeleton Lake Road 4 has never had a public beach. My mother's property on Josh's Bay Road is infrequently used. It is marked private property with a rope across the driveway and with a private property sign at the beach. These signs have been frequently torn down and the rope stolen. Debris is found on her cottage deck, dock, and property. Includes condoms, both new and used, beer, liquor, and wine bottles, broken and intact, paper and plastics.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How's this relevant to the case?
It's relevant because the people that are going to be coming to this resort are the people that have been coming to the resort with just two cabins. If I can continue just a little bit, this did not happen before the two cabin resort opened.
I think.
And they go, and as the volumes go in the resort, the amount of debris and trespassing increases proportionately.
We have before us a planning application, not a place where we can be discussing things that are non-compliant with our bylaws. So if we could just.
I have been told by your bylaw officer that this is not a bylaw issue. This is a police matter.
Mayor Kelly.
A point of order. Part of the ability to run a commercial resort hotel is the ability to control your guests. And if we're hearing evidence that it's already open, first of all, that's news to me. It's being marketed and promoted, that's news to me. And if it's not being managed well, that's also relevant news as far as what we're going to do next, I think.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kelly. All right, so if
I can have
one more minute.
Okay, so contrast this with a business that can be considered affordable rental already in our neighborhood, which is Camp Quasant. While they can be noisy at times, children playing and subsequent with singing and camp songs and things like that, they are regarded to be very good neighbors. I've never heard a complaint in the 30 years I've been on Skeleton Lake Road 4. The difference is that their activities are controlled and supervised. At this resort, they are not. Ironically, if this application is approved, a tourist resort with 25 plus people would not be subject to the same code of conduct as an SCRA property with one rental unit. Experience has taught me that with initiatives, it's better to go slow, enforce stringent rules, and adjust as experience has been gained. In summary, for all the reasons and above and many more, this application is filed, in my opinion, should be denied.
Thank you very much. Do we have, are there others who wish to, Mayor Kelly?
I'm just, maybe we ask questions or should we wait till they're all in?
No, let's. You want to ask now?
Let's hear from them all.
Hear from them all first. Yeah. Okay.
So who would like to go next?
So my name is, it's pronounced Jan Sukarda, 1061 Josh's Bay Road.
And if you are making similar
I understand.
points, you know, you could just say you agree rather than repeat them all again. We appreciate that.
No, and I appreciate the time.
Yep.
So look, I'm familiar with the subject property. It's just 5-minute walk from my cottage. I'm here to speak actually on behalf of 11 residents from the neighboring area. So we're trying to keep this as efficient as possible.
Thank you.
The group has strong concerns about the scope, nature, and expected impacts of the proposal, which seeks to introduce a tourist resort into this quiet rural area. Almost all submitted objection letters, some are here with me today or online. This group plus 2 others that sent objections represent all but 4 properties in the area. We agree with the township's goal to encourage affordable tourism with focus on eco and wellness. We understand the need for development to create employment. We agree with the township's encouragement of sustainable development that respects Muskoka's natural environment and culture. However, we are concerned that this proposal is inconsistent with the intent and specific policy provisions of the official plan for the many reasons we identified in the detailed letters that have been submitted. And I will highlight just a few. So the township's official plan lists 5 primary criteria for commercial resorts. The application only meets one, and that is to be located on mainland. It does not have 150 meters of waterfront or generous amount of open space. It is questionable if it meets the minimum lot area of 5 acres, and it does not address the requirement for a natural buffer to ensure compatibility with the adjacent residential uses. In addition to the 5 criteria, the official plan also seeks new commercial resorts have the following characteristics. There must be compelling evidence of need for any new commercial resort development outside of an urban center. The market feasibility analysis fails to meet the standard. There is no evidence of unmet demand or indication that existing facilities are operating at or near capacity. They must be consistent with the character of the surrounding area. The proposal comprises a dense concentration of buildings, 14 in total, in a compact area with environmentally sensitive features. Its scale and scope are inconsistent with the quiet, low-density character of the Skeleton Lake Road 4 neighborhood. They must be commercially viable and provide economic benefit to the township. While the market feasibility analysis does not contain the level of detail analysis that is customary for such reports, the planning justification report glosses over or ignores several official plan requirements, and these reports were not prepared by someone with proper qualifications and should not be relied upon. I also believe that I just heard that the agent is also the author. If that's correct, then I think there's a serious conflict. They must comply with the official plan's natural heritage policies, yet setback criteria to protecting identified ecological features are ignored. And finally, commercial resorts must be located on year-round roads, but half of this is dependent on a second entrance from a seasonal road with a slope greater than 20% in numerous blind corners. Adding an entrance would be dangerous. Now, given that the official plan received considerable scrutiny, the bar for OPAs must be high enough that a significant number of the township's own criteria should verifiably be met. The application only satisfies one of the 11 criteria I just listed. And aside from our specific concerns, we hope that the committee will also consider the implications approving a proposal with so many deficiencies will have on future applications. I doubt it will be in the township's best interest if property owners who want to avoid the short-term rental accommodation rules learn that they can circumvent them by meeting only a small fraction of the official plan's requirements to become a commercial resort. Further, what happens if these small commercial resorts are not subject to the short-term rental accommodations code of conduct? Now, the planning department has recommended a conditional approval of the proposal. We respectfully do not believe a conditional approval is warranted. There are just too many deficiencies, and this proposal isn't deserving of an OPA. The OPA process is not the right form for dealing with a proposal that has not met or has not addressed many of the township's stated criteria. So we are respectively asking for 3 things today. 1, the planning department report included only 2 of the objection letters. We ask that each member of the committee actually please take the time to read them if they haven't already. A lot of thought and consideration went into them. Number 2, please do not approve this proposal today. We ask that you either outright reject it or defer any decision until after the applicant resubmits a proper and complete application and the planning committee has received a sufficient amount of verifiable information in response to the issues raised in our letters. And finally, if you decide to approve conditionally or otherwise, we ask that you incorporate the conditions listed in our letters to the new bylaw that allows just the uses and just the level of development that is being approved. Thank you for your consideration and I appreciate your time.
Let me thank you for a very thoughtful presentation. Do we have any other who would wish to speak in opposition to this application, or has that pretty much covered it? Is there anybody online? Okay, one last try. Anybody else in the room? Very well. Committee, Sorry, are. All right, one more. Oh dear. We could.
Sit in, we can bring the microphone.
No, I'm gonna.
You're
be quick.
okay?
I'm gonna be quick,
Okay.
thanks.
Good morning, sir.
Is this on? I've gone back and forth as to whether I'd come here or not.
Could you start with your name and address,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
Yep, that's fine.
Alan Daniel, 1098/1 Skeleton Lake Road 4, PMO 1, yeah, PMB 1MO. I'm just going to read a part of one of the letters by from our group, because it's a family-owned cottage, and my daughter sent in a letter, and I'll just read a little bit of it. Obviously, we're against the I'll just put it, by definition, the applicant's request for amendments places it outside the boundaries considered ideal and balanced by the OP. While requests or amendments are allowed, evidence provided to support the applicant should pass rigorous tests. The feasibility and planning justification reports written in support were not completed by professional qualified individuals and appear unrealistic and deficient, outlined in detail in the opposition letters of other area residents. Approving this application will set a dangerous precedent for future developments that fall outside the boundaries of the OP, boundaries that carefully considered by its authors. The wetlands adjacent to the property are a high hazard wildland fire hazard area, a high risk, sorry. The proposed development would increase the risk of fire, increasing the density of individuals on the property, especially as the intention is to open it to the public. It creates greater risk, as one careless mistake is all it takes. A Toronto Star article on June 23rd, 2025, entitled, "They Say Muskoka Won't Burn, but Climate Has Changed the Calculus," outlines the reasons why the region is increasingly at risk for forest fires. There's no well study to accompany the application, as this is not a waterfront property. There is no other water source available to aid in extinguishing any fire, and it could easily spread to residential properties on Skeleton Lake Road 4 and Josh's Bay Road. Allowing this development to go ahead will increase the risk of harm to the environment and to area residents, and in doing so shows disrespect for their well-being. The development includes a proposed second entrance, as noted in the justification report included with the application. TML Public Works does not support this new entrance, and nor should they, as it would sit in the middle of a short, steep slope sandwiched between two blind curves on a seasonal road. This section of the road is already problematic, and in winter it can be treacherous. The second entrance would put area residents, resort patrons, and others at undue risk of harm. Ignoring this risk would be disrespectful. I could go on, there's a lot more, but it's pretty well been covered by other people. We bought our cottage in 1963, so I have a lot of connections to this area. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. One last chance for anybody in the room who would like to come up and speak. All right. Over to committee. Surely we have some questions. We'll go to Councillor Zavitz, Mayor Kelly. These are questions, I remind you.
Question, thank you. Through you to Ms. Crowder.
Given the unique nature of, you know, it's being called a resort, but they're individual cabins, if you will, and we don't know the duration of stay, but it doesn't sound to me like it's an inn or a motel, or the traveling public may stay for 1 or 2 nights. So if, and again, I'm not seeking an answer to that as much as to you, did the township in your analysis consider designating this, or can we designate this particular property as a short-term rental, which would then add to it, to these fine folks' concerns, you know, the cares and cautions of the short-term rental designation, such that, you know, all the concerns, some of the concerns may well be addressed by much more eyes on. And I'm just wondering what your group thought of that. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Zavitz. Yes, so it's a great question. And there is a very big distinction between what a tourist resort is by definition in the township's official plan and zoning bylaw, and what a short-term rental accommodation use is. So in the definition of a short-term rental accommodation, it specifically says shall not include a tourist resort. What's been presented and applied for is a tourist resort, which by definition must have on-site management, must have amenities commensurate with the scale of the resort proposal. I don't have the definition in front of me, but there's a certain number of factors that have to be included and must be available to traveling and vacationing public, those kinds of things that make a distinction. So what's been applied for is a tourist resort here today. And we could look to Miss Ledger, if what they actually want to do on this property is something different than what's been applied for, then maybe the short-term rental route makes sense. But what's been applied for in front of us is amenities. We've got the 2 wellness buildings, which are supposed to be used for yoga and include saunas and things like that. An educational building and a nature boutique. Those would be considered amenities for the traveling and vacationing public who are staying as part of a resort facility here. So at this time, it's staff's opinion that this would function as a tourist resort. But again, we could look to the agent if that's not the case.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I have a few questions, and I just want to make sure I go back and understand. I believe it was Mr. Fullerton who said that there was, I think I heard 3 things that I wanted to make sure I understood. First of all, there are current marketing things going on. It's being marketed at the present time, as I understand it. I'm curious to know if it's being marketed as a resort hotel or what it is.
Okay, so I actually.
Excuse me, Mayor Kelly, would you like that directed to the agent?
Sure. I mean,
I think it is better.
I could clarify my comment.
Clarify your comment.
I was looking to,
Yeah, so my comment was based on COVID. The 2 units were open COVID and then subsequent to that. So during that COVID period and subsequent to that, what I described to you is it was how it is being marketed. I do not know if it's being marketed in that way right now. I do not even know if it's being used right now, although I do know that they're in their guest parking. There are cars there that continually change. I cannot tell you for sure it is or is not being used.
Okay, fair enough.
Just a reminder, please go through me when you're.
Sorry.
All right. Mayor Kelly. Did that answer your question?
That answered my question. Thank you very much. We don't know, still don't know, I guess maybe I'll accept that they're not, we don't know that they're renting units, so we'll accept that as it is. I want to go back to a couple of things. There's a lot about this file that I find frustrating. I want to make sure I nail down all of the issues before I am asked to make a vote. Ms. Crowder, you mentioned a tourist resort has sort of certain criteria. One of them that you mentioned is the amenity issue, and you called out specifically, I think, 2 wellness buildings and shop or something. I forget the third. But...
Through you, Chair.
Yeah,
there's 2 wellness buildings proposed,
Great.
an educational building,
Education.
and a nature boutique.
Okay. And I guess my understanding of that would be that until those units are up and running, there is no commercial resort hotel.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. Yes, the official plan speaks to amenities must be established in the first phase of development of any resort. Without such amenities, it then more so would function like a short-term rental.
Okay.
So we've recommended a revision in the bylaw that specifies these amenities must be constructed prior to establishment of or occupancy of any of the accommodation units.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Counselor Roberts and Counselor.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. My question would be directed to staff. And what I'm looking for, there were, one of the delegates spoke to his opinion on how this application does not meet our official plan. I'm asked that staff comment on that. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. I can speak generally to that. If you have a specific point that you'd like me to touch on, I'm certainly happy to do so. But the township's official plan lists permitted uses within each land use designation. And within the rural area, it does list commercial resorts as a permitted use in the rural area. However, in section F, where it talks about commercial resorts, it says that where any one is proposed, a new resort, and it's not in an urban center, which would be Port Carling and Bella, you have to go through an official plan amendment process. And that process is to ensure that the resort being proposed is suitable to the character of where you're proposing it. So in the waterfront area, the character would be different than a resort proposed in the rural area. And as part of that process, you would need to submit certain criteria and certain studies to satisfy staff that what you're proposing makes sense, is suitable with the area, and is economically viable.
Counselor Roberts?
I'll hold for a comment.
Okay. Counselor Nishikawa, Counselor Kent. I'm sorry, Counselor Kent, Counselor Mazan, Counselor Nishikawa.
Thank you.
Councillor
And
Kent.
through you, to Emily, I was confused. You have these, there's 2 units, there's 3 or 4 or 5, 4 more, 3 more being built, which are 360 feet, basically. There's no water, there's no sewage in there. There must be heat, electric heat of some sort, because these are going to be used in the winter. Where are these people going to get their food? And like, I don't understand. There's no restaurant planned. It looks to me like it's a real problem for, I'd come in with my little picnic box.
Ms. Crowder.
Anyway, I didn't understand that. And that concerned me because none of the amenity buildings address that. And I think there's some fire issues related to that. Yeah.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. Yes, so it was one of the questions that we posed to the applicant's agent is whether any kitchen facilities are proposed within these buildings or if they're proposing, any kind of food options as part of the resort amenities. They have stated that none of the buildings will contain kitchen facilities and that people would need to bring their own food in as part of their stay. And they are I believe proposing like barbecues and fire pits and things of that nature, but in the actual buildings themselves, there won't be specific kitchen facilities. That being said, a permitted accessory use within the RUC2 zone is a restaurant, and they have stated that there are future plans or potential plans to have a food truck on the resort to function as part of it. That isn't included in the proposal today, but just to give you a little bit of insight as to what potentially the plans may be. As far as the water and sewer, the 2 proposed bathhouses are where guests would be going.
Follow-up? Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Just a quick question. My concern with the lack of food options available is you heard about the road and it's treacherous and it's going to be way more treacherous in the winter. you got people coming and going and driving where to get food. There's not much open in the middle of the winter, and that makes it even less attractive to me from a safety standpoint.
Counselor Nishikawa. No, I'm sorry, you're right. Counselor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. A few questions, if I may.
Yes.
The first thing is, I think it would be helpful to have a clear definition of what the tourist resort is. I was trying to find that myself, so just to give staff a moment maybe to get that, that would be my first question. The second question, and I think it's included in this tourist resort definition, and I'm looking for clarification on that, is there a clear definition of what on-site management looks like and feels like? And I guess the second part to that question is, do we have confidence or do we have the ability to ensure that that kind of on-site management is, I don't want to use the word enforceable, but that we have the appropriate oversight within the definition of a tourist resort to accomplish that? And then I have another question after.
Well, why don't we just do two at the time?
Yeah.
here?
Well, I
I
thought
might-
those were bundled.
Yeah, that's fine.
Might not remember the third. Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Counselor Mazan. So yes, I have the definition right in front of me and I'm happy to read that out. Speaking to the on-site management part, though, there is no specific definition. But what we have done in the past, if you'll recall the Pier 100 example, is we included a site-specific definition of what on-site management includes and means within the bylaw for that specific proposal. That is something that committee has the ability to do today. But yeah, I'll go ahead and read the definition. So within the township zoning bylaw 2014-14, a tourist resort shall mean a commercial establishment under one management, which is located on site, designed and used for the traveling or vacationing public, and that has facilities for accommodation and serving meals and drinks and furnishes equipment, supplies, or services to persons for recreational purposes. No dwelling unit is permitted within a tourist resort except as accessory to the principal permitted use by way of living accommodation for the manager or owner of the resort and family, and staff quarters for the staff of the resort or as specifically permitted by this bylaw. So, in reading that, you may notice that it says the food and the drinks and stuff, so I'll just comment on that. The way it's worded is that it says or services to persons for recreational purposes. So it doesn't say it must have this. It's a little confusing in the definition, so I just wanted to clarify.
Counselor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, just as a follow-up to the Pier 100 application, that more clear definition, our ability to provide the appropriate oversight or management once that type of definition is in place. Do we as a group have the ability to enforce that?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Mazan. So it becomes an enforcement matter. So you have a bylaw that's registered on title for the property. It states that you shall have on-site management as defined. If that's not occurring, or there's reason to believe it's not occurring, it would be complaint driven to the enforcement division, who would then investigate the matter.
Counselor Mazan.
Sorry, thank you for this.
No, that's fine.
Two more quick questions.
No, fine.
First of all, does that fall within under the purview of our AMPS program then?
Ms. Crowder.
I know that might be difficult because it's a bylaw question.
Through you, Chair, Councilor, you know what? I see Director Huff's got her mic.
Director Huff.
Thank you, through the chair. So because that would be ultimately a zoning matter, we don't have AMPS for zoning related enforcement issues. That would be a Part 3 complaint.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question then.
Yep.
Because I think I heard an interesting distinction between the tourist resort and short-term rental. Just for our understanding, is under the short-term rental route, would it be easier for us? Is that system designed in order to provide that kind of oversight of on-site management?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, I have the definition of short-term rental accommodations that I can read, which may assist in the question. If you'd like, I can.
You know what? Let me just pause. I think I was trying to pick up on what Councillor Zavitz was talking about earlier today, just to make sure we understand different routes available to us. So at this point, I'll pause. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I have a few questions as well, but mostly I've heard a number of times from the speakers that this application was not a complete application. And could you confirm, like generally it's not in front of us unless it's a complete application. So I'm just wanting to confirm that in your opinion.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa. Yes, so I read through all the letters and it's been raised a number of times. The quality or appropriateness of the studies that have been submitted. So as part of the application process, the applicants met with us, their agent, and we completed a pre-consultation form, which states what studies need to be submitted. Those studies have been submitted. I believe that in reading the comments, the concerns raised is that the author of the reports was not a qualified professional to complete such reports. Typically, when a planning justification report is submitted, we expect a qualified planner to author said report. Typically, when a market feasibility assessment is completed, we expect an economist to complete such a report. That is not the case here. However, the township doesn't have terms of references right now for these studies. So, and we don't define who a qualified professional is in any of our documents. So it puts staff in a position where who are we to say to somebody, you're not qualified to submit this, when we don't have a specific direction from committee or council which clarifies who the appropriate professional is to complete such a study. The district, if I may, has prepared terms of references for a number of the studies that you regularly see before you. This has been brought up to committee at one point, and if there's any interest in bringing that up again in our council adopting it and endorsing those terms of references, within that it would say this is who is qualified to submit this type of study and this is what the study must include. We could then give that to applicants and say, a planning justification report is required. Here's the terms of references for it. This is the kind of qualified credentials that an individual would need to complete such a study. So that is an option for committee should they wish to proceed that route. You could give us direction as staff to do that today. So is the application complete? Yes, under our guidelines.
And I'm very satisfied that what's presented and from even the author is a professional, highly recognized in this area. And I took a little bit of offense at some of the comments that were made, but because some of us know a little bit more about people's qualifications. I'm also wanting to have a further understanding, and I didn't take the time to look up the Kennedy application, but it is very similar. And I'm not sure what the differences are. Is there does there anything that strikes you different than the other one that we approved?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa, I would say the main difference is the policy set that was in play at that time. The Kennedy application was a 2022, I believe, potentially 2023. Must have been 2022, sorry, application. And the new official plan wasn't in play. So they didn't require an OPA for their proposal because that policy wasn't in play at that time. Similar proposal, I would say. Amenities a bit different, but same type of idea, same type of size cabins, same sort of number of cabins. But yeah, I would say the main difference is just the policies under review at that time.
Councillor Roberts, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just a question that came up when Councillor Mazin was asking questions of staff. And it's on the on-site management and the definition that we rightfully put into the previous application. That was great. Does that definition include a response time for the manager? Because we have had suggested evidence that the on-site manager in one case was called and could not reach anyone. So is there anything in that definition with that application that, or should we put it in a future? Thank you. Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. I don't believe there was a response time included in the definition. What I do recall is that it said that on-site management shall be available and on-site 24/7.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a lot of questions. And that, first of all, when it was, are there, I guess to the agent, were there washrooms in these units?
Ms. Crowder?
Yes.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. No, I don't believe there are any. Looking to the agent to
Ms.
tell me
Ledger?
otherwise.
Firm?
It's on. Through you to Councillor Edwards. I believe they had incinerating toilets at one time when they were operating. The two little cabins?
Yeah, because that's what I was.
I believe that's what they had used at the time, yes.
And there is hydro to it, I believe.
There is.
And Ms.
Washrooms.
Correct.
And Ms.
Okay.
Ledger, I think we heard that the new ones will not have washrooms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And
Councillor Edwards.
I didn't see the drawings for the, so the bathhouses. How many toilets will be in there, sinks, showers?
Ms. Ledger, how many toilets to be in the bathtub?
S3, enough toilets that meet the OPC requirements. So depending on how many people are there, there's 2 people per unit. So 12 in total, 2 bathhouses. I suspect there will be 2 toilets, 2 basins, 1 shower per.
Councillor Edwards.
Okay, and I am really concerned about the septic and that, and I'm also concerned about the fire. Because if it's a resorts at the lake, the fire department can go in and then pump from the lake. There's no water source there other than the wells.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Edwards. So this application was circulated to the fire chief and they provided no comments. So from my perspective, that means they have no issues. When they have a rural property that they respond to, oh, I see Nick's popped up, so perhaps he, or Mr. Snyder, sorry, perhaps he wants to add. But from our perspective, like in the previous application, I remember for Kennedy that there were certain requirements for turnarounds for fire trucks and things like that. So if committee would like, I can absolutely follow up with the fire chief and ask if there's any of those kind of considerations. But this application at this time, no comments.
Okay, because I think it was mentioned fire pits were there, so they won't be cooking if there's a total fire ban other than maybe barbecues. Is that right?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. Yes, my understanding is that barbecues are proposed. If there was a fire ban, they wouldn't be permitted to have open flame. So yeah, I would think the barbecue would be it.
Mr. Snyder, I see you have joined.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bosenworth. To address the lack of comments from the fire chief, the proposal in terms of the building code requirements would not require a fire access route as defined by the building code, would not require water supply on site as required or as defined by the building code, so that the fire chief's regulations are directly derived from the building code. So there would be no requirement for him to be asking for those things.
Okay,
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Edgar, another question or two?
Yes, I didn't see a swimming pool on site, so they're expected to leave there and find the closest park, which would be, I believe, on Skelton Lake Road 5. And that's, they have to either walk, which is quite a hike, or they would have to drive. If any of the counselors were at the Christian Camp Tobago, it's that far, plus a little bit farther. So it is quite a distance. So we're, with the amenities they have, there was talk of trespass. And that, so how do we prevent that?
Ms. Crowder, I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Well, what it is as like when we have a resort, they had mentioned the Briars at Jackson Point. And that is an eco-friendly, and that it's, I believe, 90 rooms. It has an indoor pool, it serves breakfasts and everything else like that. This is not comparing apples to oranges, I believe.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, Bosemarth to Counselor Edwards. I think maybe that was more of a comment, but I would, unless I'm missing, sorry, the question, but I think you're right. There is no pool proposed. It would be like the nearest point for swimming would be Skeleton Lake via a public access.
Councillor Edward, another question? I'll give you one more. Good. Any more questions? Committee, I'm going to suggest we take a break now. I would encourage you not to discuss this during the break. And we will be back at 11:05. Have our discussions then. Committee, if I could call you back? Committee, I'm going to suggest that I read read both resolutions. Yeah.
I think they need, I believe, ask Jen, but I believe they need to pass the first one first.
Great. So I'm going to read the first resolution that deals with the OP. And so that we can continue, we can obviously ask more questions, but now we can also debate it. So moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that official plan amendment application OPA-62 be adopted by the township through the approval of bylaw 2025 number to be determined, and the record be forwarded to the district municipality of Muskoka for approval. All right, so committee, what are your thoughts on this applications? We've got a number of issues in front of us. Who's the first to go in? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. And I guess, again, over to Emily, to staff. So again, you know, our mission and goal here is to, where possible, agree with staff and work, draft in with you on this recommendation. Which of course you're recommending be adopted, but you've got some, you know, decent conditions in there, I think, based on a lot of what we've been talking about this morning. The short-term rental thing has come up a number of times. I would be looking to supporting you, but I would look you in the eye and say, have we ratcheted this thing down to protect the environment, the neighbors, that community? Is that a fair question?
Through you,
Crowder.
through you, Chair, thank you. To Councillor Zavitz, I think that staff have taken a close look at this proposal and have included the caveats that we believe are appropriate to ensure that the proposal conforms to our official plan, meaning looks at the environmental impacts, looks at whether what's proposed is a resort or if it's not. And I think provided these conditions are implemented, we would be satisfied that this would be something that our official plan supports. Hence the recommendation we've put forward. So the OPA, the recommendation is that it be adopted through the bylaw. And we're saying that the bylaw be approved, but not until these things happen.
Councillor Mazin.
Maybe a question clarification that staff, when they are, any applicant has the right to come forward with a planning application. So how I'm seeing this currently is that use was happening. We've seen this happen many times. And they were caught. Now they're coming back with an application. So this isn't actually on staff. Staff have to respond in the way they are being presented with an applicant. And I'm feeling a little bit like if this didn't exist, what are the types of things that we would permit on this land? Like, we're trying to work around what is currently there simply because it exists. And we've seen this happen and we've turned things down before. Just because somebody's brought something to us doesn't necessarily mean that we need to support the what is being presented to us, even if it does fall within the realms of what the Planning Act or the planning principles would allow. I'm struggling because we have witnessed in another area the difficulty when we try to fit within a definition of a tourist resort or whatever the definition is, a true ability for us to manage with oversight and appropriate oversight to help mitigate the impact. It's not about not wanting to support commercial operations or viable, business operations. That that's actually on the applicant or that actual individual or business owner to actually demonstrate, and we're not in charge of making sure a business is viable. So I guess where I'm struggling is that I don't know that within the what is being presented to us today, that I have that comfort that we would be able to actually mitigate the impacts that are being asked from the neighbors. And I think we've seen in other situations that can be really difficult for us to give confident oversight to. So I wouldn't mind hearing from others, but that's currently where I'm thinking, is that I just don't know if this is the right approach. I know it's the one that's been presented to us today, but perhaps there's a different approach that could be contemplated by the applicant. So now I'd like to hear from others.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, first, just to echo part of what Councillor Mazan said. If somebody walked in here and this was a blank sheet of paper and this proposal came to us, I just think it would have very little likelihood of moving forward on these terms. I do think, and I will always predicate it with this, I do think staff's done a remarkable job of assessing and breaking it down into very convenient and easy to understand bite-sized analysis. But it's one that I'm frankly struggling with. Because quite frankly, I see nothing that bears any resemblance to a commercial resort hotel. And I think the danger in rezoning as a commercial resort hotel is not just what happens tomorrow, but what happens over time as the zoning persists and this particular operation may change hands 3 or 4 times. That's a pretty hefty lift as far as I'm concerned. I don't understand. I do understand how we got into the situation. I don't understand why the obligation falls to council to find a solution. I am not satisfied that this solution, as much as planning department is recommending approval, I don't see this solution as a solution. I don't think it's a commercial resort hotel operation, certainly by my definition, and I realize it is technically as it's described, but I also have a couple of thoughts, and that is, I mean, there's a couple of issues here. One of the biggest issues is, it's come up on the two previous OP amendment applications. I need to be compelled to overrule our OP, and I don't see any reason here to overrule anything, quite frankly. The second issue is, if the real issue, and I'm hearing from lots and lots of local community members, the real issue is the creation of challenging environment to live in, I think there are probably better ways to solve it than to name it or designate it as a commercial resort hotel. If each of these units was a standalone short-term rental, it would be licensed, it would be granicused, if there's such a verb. It would be monitored, it would have 1 hour turnaround. If the on-site management happened to be away, there has to be somebody available, and it would be policed. And most importantly, policed at the expense of the business operator, not at the expense of the taxpayer and everybody else who has to live with it. So I'm not sure that I'm not advocating that as the solution, but I think it would be a better one than a commercial resort designation. Obviously, the issue there is we got proposal at least for 6 habitable units on property not zoned for it. I don't know how you accommodate that. It's not my issue to resolve today. But at the end of the day, there's been some decisions made along the way by the current property owner that we're trying desperately to find a way to patch. I'm not getting there. I can't support this as it's presented. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, first of all, I have a question. Looking at the drawings here, how far is it from the furthest building to the bathhouse? How far a walk is it? Can somebody answer that?
Ms. Crowder, do you know? And if not, I'll ask Ms. Ledger.
Oh, through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Edwards. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. Looking at the site plan, We've got one wellness building that's proposed, or sorry, the bathhouse, pardon me. We've got one bathhouse that's proposed on the northern side of the property that's located in what seems reasonable distance to cabins 1, 2, and 3. And then there is a bathhouse proposed to the south, which would be to facilitate cabins 4, 5, and 6, but I don't know the walking distance.
Okay.
Ms. Ledger, would you know that number? You can come to the microphone for that so that people online can hear. Your guesstimate?
Thank you. Through you, less than a minute, I would say. They're both located in the approximate area of the two phases, I'll call them. So yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Edwards, any other?
No, I would like to ask, since there's so many questions, I would like to ask that we defer this and get all the studies. They have to do every study and that come back. As far as short-term rental, I would rather see it zone commercial, tax commercial, because I believe it's about, the last time I checked, it was about $575 per 100,000 extra with the town would be getting rather than just a license fee. So if we're going to do that, they can do a feasibility study if it's worth opening up, if they've got to pay all that extra as well. But I'd like all the studies done before we make the actual decision, because I'm having a hard time with this one. And I would not be supporting it today as it is.
Councillor
And
Edwards,
I'd want all amenities in first.
Ms. Crowder can correct me, but I believe all the studies that are required by the township have been provided.
I thought there was.
Oh, sorry, except for the hydrological, which is also required.
They said it's about a $12,000 study and they didn't want to do, but that's what I want, all studies done.
I see.
And they should maybe reevaluate their business plan if they have to pay extra as a commercial.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you, and through you, at the risk of piling on, my training tells me that overruling the official plan is something you do very, very, very seldom. Maybe a couple more varies. And I just don't know how we can look at changing the official plan. That's where I come from. I mean, I know, I can tell you in the other municipalities where I've watched and lived and grown, official plan amendments are scarce.
Councillor Burry, I'm going to ask Ms. Crowder to comment.
Yeah, I'd like that. Thank you.
But my read on that is that the OP does not prohibit. It just requires that you need to have an amendment to make the application. But I will let Ms.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth,
add to
Councillor
that.
Burry, you said it exactly. The policy in the official plan doesn't say no tourist resorts or commercial resorts shall be permitted in the rural area. It says an application for a resort in the rural area must proceed by way of official plan amendment. So I think there is that clarification.
And Ms. Crowder, does the OP encourage resort development in rural areas?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, it lists commercial resorts as a permitted use in the rural area. So within section H212, I'm remembering that number right. How to do my alphabet here. H2.1.1, it lists the permitted uses in the rural area. Subsection N is resort commercial uses are permitted on lands designated rural area as shown in the official plan or Schedule A.
Thank you, Councillor Burry.
Well, thank you, and thank you for that clarification. I think that maybe, so I'm going to make 2 points. The first is that the fact that someone in the past at this table decided that those kinds of uses should go to the official plan to get an amendment speaks to the importance of the decision-making process. And the second piece, unrelated to this application, is that as we do our official plan, we need to be very, very, very careful about the kinds of language we're going to use, because clearly we're coming back to it all the time. And I fear unintended consequences. And this could potentially, not maybe this application could be an unintended consequence. I'm still not convinced. But I think the fact that a council in the past, 2013 likely, said that if we're going to do this, it's got to have official plan amendment. Someone was thinking, okay, this is a big enough deal that it's got to be an official plan amendment. And from where I come from, my education, they happen seldom. That's just where I'm coming from.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. I'm not wanting to speak regarding the OPA, but there were comments about the required studies and comments made by the agent about the hydrogeologic study being required at the time of the permit application. And I just wanted to confirm that those requirements come from the official plan, and the official plan is not designated applicable law under the building code. So a hydrogeologic study would not be required at time of permit application. And that just refers back to some comments previously made and more recently made by Councillor, I'm forgetting who made those comments, so I apologize.
One of the councillors,
Yes.
a councillor. That'll do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Committee. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So many years ago, a realtor, quite frankly, said to me, if you can't afford to be in Muskoka, you don't deserve to be in Muskoka. So I look at these type of applications that it introduces the ability for people to be here and maybe buy for future properties but honestly, I've stayed in these kind of accommodations and they're kind of cool. And it's also about the outdoor lifestyle that many people, I think you all know how I feel about hiking and things, and many people enjoy their time outdoors. They don't need the amenities of a full-on hotel and all of these like food sources and everything else. And quite frankly, what I did learn even about the food situation was that everyone has their individual, I would just say, in our experience, there was a lot of vegan people and they were bringing their own because they would normally bring their own. So I'm very concerned that this was discussed and in fact, why it's in the OP, the requirements and things. And we've heard that the applicant, I don't ever want to go and suggest that somebody go and spend $15,000-$20,000 on something for us to just turn it down. That is not being in a goodwill kind of situation. That I don't think that that's appropriate for us to be requesting that. But I am very concerned that we are not making space at all in Muskoka for sort of a newer generation that are experiencing things very differently than the comfort zone that we have all come to appreciate and things. So I hope that we have a wider expanse of our views of what Muskoka is, other than just high-end resorts and cottages.
Fair enough. Councillor Zavitz.
I think I have to second that emotion. It's been a long morning.
You gonna sing it?
I'm not gonna sing it, but I can't look across the table and not support staff on this. So I know we've heard the OP argument on both sides, and it's unfortunate for these fine folks are sort of, I don't know if they're caught in the middle of anything, but we have to make a decision. And I think staff, I'm here and I'm gonna probably support Councilor Nishikawa and support staff. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Edwards.
I agree.
that we should make it accessible to people, but not at the expense of the taxpayers who have and are supporting their cottages to dump something right beside them. There have heard that people are trespassing and everything else like that. I did read through the thing they're talking about ski rentals and their wakeboard rentals and everything, but they don't have anywhere for the people to do this other than go somewhere else and do it. And that, so there is a difference in that. We have tent and trailer parks, we have all these things that people can go to. And that, but without waterfront and that, it's not a resort as far as I'm concerned without out this thing, and I would not be supporting it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Counselor Edwards, I missed the last part. Your voice is very soft.
Sorry, I said that under the conditions that are now, I would not be supporting it
Thank
because
you.
I've heard from the neighbors.
Committee, we have three options here. We could call a vote. We could defer, or we could change some of the terms. I sense a bit of division amongst committee, and I need more guidance from you about which route we think we should take. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Propose that or suggest that we ask the agent to see if they wish to come back with something else. They've been a long time in this process.
Mayor Kelly, have you any thoughts on this?
Thank you, and I do, and it's not well formed, but sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a comment. I took it as a comment. Was a comment?
A suggestion.
Was a suggestion. Fair enough. So it's a suggestion, it's on the table. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. I'm sympathetic to the comments of Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Zavitz about the need for less than 5-star kind of resorts. But quite honestly, this is where I get sort of ramped up on what is a resort. And I'm not being demeaning in any way. This smacks to me more of a campground than a resort. And I have to ask, is there regulation under some sort of campground? I don't know anything about this, but zoning for campgrounds or camping sites that might offer some relief here. I don't think it solves the local problem, but I'm trying to figure out if we're trying to reclassify to something it can never be when there's maybe something more obvious that it could strive to be.
Ms. Crowder, have you some thoughts on that?
Through you, Chair Bosemuth, to Mayor Kelly. I think at this point in time, the way the official plan is worded, the definition of tourist resort and what's in front of us, staff have put forward recommendations that we can defend. And I think if you have different thoughts on what a resort should be, perhaps the OP should be taking a look at in that respect.
Ms. Carter, let me ask how this application could fit under a short-term rental, or could it?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, my involvement with the short-term rental bylaw has been none, but so I might defer to Director Huff. But what I will say is what's been applied for and what's proposed and what's been told to us is one, management, on-site management, amenities, and accommodation units available to the traveling and vacationing public. Those are the 4 things in our definition of a tourist resort. So at the end of the day, that's what staff has commented on. I'll look to Director Huff to speak to the difference as to what a short-term rental is, if she's all right with that.
Director Huff, I can imagine some issues, but I'll let you talk.
Thank you, Chair. So just at a high level, the definition of short-term rental specifically includes things like the tourist resorts, motels, hotels, even tent and trailer parks. And so by virtue of whatever way this comes forward, it would appear to be excluded from the short-term rental. Based on the definitions that's in the short-term rental is that they're residential in nature and they're not subject to a fulsome review from a commerciality perspective that tourist resorts or any of those types of uses are. So as part of our consideration of tourist resorts, we're considering the appropriateness and location, environmental, how they're going to manage the on-site management piece. Those things are not dealt with on residential properties that are short-term rental. And so that's why there's a distinction between the two approaches.
And that's also, thank you for that. But also if it was remain residential, we would have run into problems with too many habitable units. Right? Like you.
Correct.
Because that's not what they are.
Through the chair, there would be concerns about each, under the short-term rental, the approach is that one party is rented at one point in time on the entire property. And so with this many units, you would never have the ability to rent out those units individually under the short-term rental bylaw that we have in place.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to Jennifer, I suppose. Is there an allowance within our bylaw short-term rental bylaw to actually amend instead of an OP here, an amendment to that? To Councillor Burry's earlier, could we amend a short-term bylaw and capture this and put it underneath? I mean, I would beg that, a 7,500 square foot short-term rental with 18 people in it, how is it different than this? And what I'm saying is in terms of the weight on the property, I'm wondering if that is even an option, I guess.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Zavitz. So an interesting approach. I haven't really thought about that. It certainly would, the operation of this is certainly very different than what is contemplated in our short-term rental. So it would require numerous exemptions to the approach that we have. And I do think that is different than what is contemplated.
If I might, Chair, thank you for that indulgence. I'm thinking more about, the controls in that place. And it just seems that it would give us, Councilor Mazan even mentioned it quite a while ago, it would give us, the township, more, I don't know, peace of mind, more eyes on that might then placate some of the neighboring concerns. Were it be short-term rental.
Director Huff.
Thank you, through the chair. I think both could be equally challenging. What I understand is the proposal, though, would not be able to meet the requirements of the short-term rental bylaw as it currently stands. So I just, as things are currently in place, I don't see without significant amendments how that would work. I think there is some opportunities through site plan control to include some provisions and agreements to provide clarity on the expectations of the landowners, whether as a short-term rental or as a resort. There's always a challenge in enforcement. I think, if I may, I think what I'm hearing is that the policies in the official plan, as they currently are, maybe don't contemplate this type of development, but whatever we call it, I think there's concerns that we've heard from the neighbors. So just calling it something else might not adequately address the issues at hand. But those concerns are something that can be raised with anything that is tourist related, resort related, that sort of thing. So I'll just leave it there if I could.
Ms. Crowder, one of the points I think you mentioned was that in one of the other applications, we put a definition of on-site management, which I think you have not yet recommended, but you suggested that that could be a recommendation, which would perhaps help us on that front a little bit. Comments?
Through you, Chair. Yes, so we can include within the site-specific bylaw definitions such as that. So on-site management, we could draft up a definition and
I believe the way we did it with the other application is we drafted it up between planning committee and council and then presented and read that definition at council. So we could do the same in this case. And further to a recommendation or an option that I cited earlier during my presentation, if committee has concerns with the potential future use of the land and what this could become, we could put in revisions further to the bylaw to lock in what's proposed further.
Committee, we've had a lot of discussion on this. As I read the room, I think we've got two in support, or two have expressed their support, two have expressed their non-support, or they would not support, but the rest I don't know. And the implications of, we've got an application before us that it could have some pretty big implications to the applicant that we want to make sure we're respecting. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, just going back, I think, to Councillor Roberts' question or maybe suggestion, perhaps the applicant's agent, sorry, who's been sitting here listening, might be able to provide their thoughts on what they would like to see.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger. And thank you for that reminder.
Yes, thank you very much. And through you, I just on a broader sort of, because I had a difficult time with this too, because I was looking for a small eco resort and where that definition is, and can I find it? And I think it was referenced in the official plan, but just as one use, as an idea. So it was very difficult because the tourist resort is, you have to meet a lot of, it's actually you have a lot more control with that designation than you would in the short term. And that is meant for residential, and it's the number of units and a lot of different things. But this allows you to, site plan control is a great one. These are the buildings. This is where they go. That is it. I highly suspect that parking lot and entry on the north end won't be permitted because Public Works don't want it. There's a lot of things that get controlled in that agreement. It also becomes commercial property, as Councillor Edwards had mentioned. So it's taxed as a commercial resort, not a residence, which short-term would be. So I think it's more appropriate that if it's being operated in a commercial capacity, that's how we treat it. But I wish there were a little, something for an eco resort like this. So I think the owners would be very happy to add an amendment to the bylaw for management. I mean, they live there. They have a young child. They're a young family. They would be more than happy to have that added. I don't think that's an issue. We've been almost 2 years working on this. So,
sorry, that's quick. So,
Councillor Masson.
So I just want clarification, if I could, then that you would prefer that we vote on this today, not a deferral. I think that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, but we're open to the extra conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you to Ms. Ledger for the input. I just think we are trying so hard to stretch something that doesn't work, to fit over this thing, that it needs a fresh look. And I don't think it should be us taking the fresh look. I think if there's a next step for this other than a decline, it's to push it back to the owners and to Ms. Ledger as their agent to come in with something different. You've heard the issues. The biggest issue that we still haven't heard a solution to is this, to me, is going to be a challenge for our bylaw enforcement to manage. And it's going to be at the expense of all the people in the room and all the people who aren't in the room who live in this township and pay taxes to bear that cost. If there's one nice thing about the short-term rental, is the cost of enforcement goes with the ownership of the property. So, and I like that a lot. I'd rather avoid the risk of needing bylaw enforcement, but I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to walk into that in this circumstance. So, based on what I've heard and how we got here, We're still trying to sort out some issues from how these buildings got to be in the first place. So my point is,
If you can help.
should be no business carried on until we find a resolution, and I think I've heard there is not. But the next steps, I think, still need to come back to us. I can't support as presented. I'm not a contortionist. I can't sort of make myself fit into this thing. And if there's something more to consider, it's got to come back to us, I think, from the applicant.
Councillor McIntyre, and then I have a clarification for Mayor Kelly.
I don't often do this, but I'm going to jump in here. My biggest concern in this whole discussion is I think we're leaving the framework of this out of the discussion. If I look at the legalities of this situation, Emily and the planning department have stated over and over and over that this application does fit within the definition of the official plan as it stands, and all the procedures have been followed. On the other hand, we've been blessed with the concerns of the neighbors, and that's a good thing because we can take those into account and we can deal with them. I would mention in a legal process, those concerns are largely undocumented, unfounded, and without evidence. So if we were to deny and it would go to appeal, I don't know that we would win on that appeal because I believe the legal issues here are pretty clear and they do fit within the definition, and the planning people have told us that continuously. And that is my concern in this situation.
Mayor Kelly, if we defer it, which I think is what you're suggesting.
I don't think I was suggesting deferral. I was saying I could support a deferral. I'm still in the no camp. I don't have an alternative to vote yes on.
I see. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm through you and maybe even to you that this property would be allowed a 7,500 square foot residence. And that there's no guarantee that those people in that resident are going to be quiet. Any different than this small resort. So that whoop-de-up parties and all that kind of stuff, because we see that. We get those complaints constantly from people that have very little waterfront as well, and a whole bunch of, we hear all of those complaints. And I'm not sure that the complaints that we're kind of concerned about or worried about, and even the trespass, quite frankly, I would take care of my own property first to make sure that nobody trespassed on my property that was not invited. But it really concerns me that it could be way worse than what's being presented. And in fact, as staff mentioned, like being zoned commercial there's more teeth in that. There's actually more opportunity, as well as, we've heard a number of times, how is staff going to police this? We don't hardly do that anyhow. We don't have the ability to deal with so many issues in this township, including other resorts that we have issues with. And I don't know why we're singling out this particular situation when perhaps we could be more focused on the overall bigger picture and fixing the overall bigger picture. Thank you.
Committee, I'm just going to raise 2 points here. One was that the applicant had made a request, and I would like some discussion on that so that we can decide. One was that they would like the hydrological test not be a condition now, because I think we heard from Mr. Snyder that will get covered under the building code. So no.
Through you, Chair, if I may clarify. Oh, and I see Mr. Snyder, but
Mr. Snyder, can you clarify on that point?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. It would not be covered through a permit application.
In other words, it would not be required.
Would not be required.
I see. Okay.
Permit application.
Ms. Crowder, so we are requesting it because?
Through you, Chair. We are requesting it because the official plan directs us to do so. So where flows are 5,000 liters per day or unknown, the official plan directs that a hydro G be submitted.
Okay.
And that the way we've written it is that third reading be withheld until such time that study is submitted to the satisfaction of the township.
Ms. Leger, let you comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I didn't realize the official plan wasn't applicable law, but I guess I should have. So I think they're happy to do it if it's required. And the official plan doesn't say unknown. It says it's very specific, 5,000 liters. Typically, they're always requested at 10,000 liters because it falls under the ministry. At this time, I did provide a calculation. I'm assuming that, and I am qualified under the OBC, I'm assuming that staff didn't like my calculation, which is fine. But all I'm requesting is that if it's required, and at such time that it's required, so it may not be required until the second septic system goes in, because then you're over the level, that until such time that when it is required, we will do it. So it's not that we don't want to do it. It's a big deal, and we'd like to do it if it's needed. If we're under the 5,000 liter, which I think we are, it's not required by the official plan. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. We did receive sewage design flow calculations. I had the chief building official review them, and they do not believe that the flow calculations represent what is proposed. There's a lot of unknowns with what's proposed when it comes to flows. For example, the wellness building and potential, like, we don't know what's in that. We don't know what's included in that. And the same with the boutique and the educational building. There's some unknown factors there that make design flow calculations a little unknown at this point. I'm going to have, if I may,
Mr.
the
Schneider?
building official speak to it.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bosenworth. That's correct. The information provided was not, in my review, conducive with the requirements of the building code. The details provided regarding the buildings proposed did not provide sufficient information to fully evaluate the flows being generated on the property. And sorry, I'm seeing some notes. I'll speak up. And I think ultimately, if the applicants were agreeable to a stipulation that flows did not exceed 5,000 liters on site, that may be a resolution as well that staff and committee want to investigate or discuss. That would result in no requirement for the hydrogeologic study.
Ms. Crowder, is there an avenue where we can put some conditions and said that the necessity of the report be dependent on subsequent flow calculations?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, I think that we could, within the recommendation made, ask for for sewage design flow calculations. I don't know if those can be determined at this time based on this date that the proposal's been developed, was kind of my understanding of things. Further, you could, in the bylaw, stipulate that flows not exceed 5,000 liters per day. And then at the time that any septic systems or anything were applied for, the building team would review what you're proposing. And if flows above 5,000 were proposed, they would refer it back to the bylaw and say, no, that's not permitted. So that is an option that you can consider.
All right. The second, so that's a committee, that's an option I think that might help the applicant in this case. The other one was the timing of the building of the amenities. Committee was, the applicant had suggested they were already got 2 built. So maybe they don't have to build all the amenities ahead of time. Committee, any thoughts on that? Or do we just stay with staff recommendations? Mayor Kelly?
My sense is there are 2 built. I don't believe they're being currently used.
Right.
And I don't think they should be allowed to be used until the other preconditions are filled.
Councilor Nishikawa.
Rob, could I ask you to ask your question again? Because I didn't, I'm just going to ask if you could ask your question again. I heard it differently than I think the mayor responded to, and so I just wanted to.
My question was to Ms. Crowder, could we put a mechanism in where that would trigger the requirement for a hydrological study if required? In other words, if the flow was greater than necessary.
So sorry, I did hear that. And I don't have a problem with that. And of course, we all know that everything happens when you go to the building department. That's the stop.
Right.
Sort of thing. So I'm comfortable with that. And I hope that we move forward with any of those types of things. And I'm also aware that we have another month to also address some other issues, whatever they may be. Generally how our flow is, that this would come back for council, and other changes can be made prior to that if need be.
Councilor Mazin. I'm struggling with what next step is here.
Yeah, I can see that,
don't
yeah.
have a long list of the issues we can give to staff to go away and say, discuss with the applicant, so that we need some reason for deferral, and I'm not getting a long list here.
So if I could just summarize, I think the
Yeah.
hydrological, it studied as requested by staff. I'm hearing that there is another mechanism that could be contemplated that
Right.
would achieve the same goal. Of making sure that if the process or the timeline of when that could happen, that would ease the burden financially to the applicant. So there is an approach that could be contemplated. The second thing I'm hearing was the importance of having amenities before actual accommodation use, as noted in the report and as discussed. And so I think that is something and the third thing that I guess I've been truly stuck on is how to ensure oversight and manage site management. And if the committee is wanting to proceed with this, and I'm still not 100% sure where I'm landing on this, I think that we need to have serious clarity over what that means and looks like. Not because of this applicant, but I think it was Mayor Kelly who brought up it. We're tasked with making sure that if they flip this property, that next person that comes in, that all these conditions are in place and it's well understood. So
This approval will live for a long time. This application will live for a long time. Oh, Mr. Snyder, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you,
got more.
Chair. I just wanted to, I think, help to provide a little bit of context to the mayor's comments about the 2 existing buildings and not being used, and the conversation around that and amenities. Those 2 buildings have been issued permits. I believe final inspections have been completed on those as well. They've been issued permits as sheds. So change of use would be required to accommodation units. And I think the intention is that those 2 existing buildings be used as accommodation units and not be used as amenities. I think maybe there was some confusion about what buildings would be amenities and what would be accommodation. But if I'm wrong, I certainly would ask that the agent confirm or clarify for everyone.
Ms. Ledger? if you can confirm what those two buildings are be?
Yes, thank you. They are sheds. So just, so you know, if you wanted to make sure the amenities were built first, then the building department wouldn't issue a change of use to make them accommodation units until those amenities have been built. So that would, they're not intended to be the amenity buildings. They are intended to be the accommodation units as indicated on the site plan. So those other things would need to be done first before the building department would issue a change of use on those sheds to accommodation units. So it's another safety.
All right, thank you. Ms. Walker. Carver.
You were doing so well. Through you, Chair. If I may, just from what I'm hearing, we can develop a definition of on-site management. We can do that between this planning committee and council. We would be looking for that guidance of whether this committee wants the existing buildings and structures locked into their existing envelopes, or just the accommodation units as the bylaw is currently written for. But also, I was thinking potentially you could include definitions of what these amenity buildings are and what they are to be used for. Because right now, we don't have a definition for a nature boutique or for an educational building. So potentially you could also include definitions of what those are and what they should entail into the bylaw as well, if you wish, just a suggestion.
That is a good, those are excellent suggestions. So committee, Councillor Edwards, then Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, I still have concerns. That's why I'd asked for it to be deferred. I'm looking at these buildings. If by my guess is about 150 feet to walk to the washrooms. Who's going to do that in the middle of the winter or the middle of the night? That's one thing. Secondly, there's the boutique. Is that open to outside people? It doesn't have washrooms. There's too many questions in that. And rather than jamming it into 30 days and everything else like that, that's why I asked for it to be deferred. They can get everything straightened out with it, but it's up to the committee.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just in addition to the on-site management, if we were to approve this, is I would like a clause added to it on response time for the on-site management. Not next day, but
1 hour.
yeah, like we do with short-term rentals.
Ms. Crowder, you suggested that we could make these changes and come back to council rather than a deferral. And you think that's workable?
Through you, Chair. Based on what I've heard, I think the appropriate route would be, if this committee is comfortable with the recommendation to approve, the appropriate route would be for us to go and make these changes between planning committee and council. I don't know that there's enough for us to do and present back for a deferral. My personal opinion, I would move it along and yeah.
Committee, straw poll on that proposal. Which means not a deferral. We would adjust this file, we would have to take a few minutes, but I want to capture the items that we are asking to be revised or included, I should say, before it comes back to council next month. And we'd update that in the bylaw, and we would do that. So we take a few minutes to do that. So how do people feel about that? Mayor Kelly, you're looking like you have a thought.
I guess I have to wait through you to see what comes back after you've revised the bylaw, but I have no idea what we're voting on anymore. We've talked 23 things and some of them will wind up on the piece of paper. I still think we're sitting here trying hard to recreate something that shouldn't be our job to recreate. I'd rather pay, I would keep it simple. Yes or no, is the plan work or not? If we think there's some more work to be done, defer it to somebody who wants to take a shot at making it better. There's been lots of ideas floated here that we haven't considered that could be a solution? I don't know. But I just think we're the wrong group to be designing by committee in 98-degree heat. You know, a better idea.
Fair enough. Yes, Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. If committee would feel more comfortable, we could take a break and write up what all of this encompasses. And then you could have a conversation and potentially vote. If that makes sense, if that's preferable, we can do that.
Mayor Kelly, would that be amenable? Would that make things clearer for you, or just would your position remain as?
I mean, I think it'll give me something, at least better knowledge about what we're being asked yay or nay on,
All right.
than I have right now, but will just remain to be
Councillor
seen if
Mazza?
we come up with something that solves the issue.
Councillor Mazin?
Thank you, and through you. I feel, I'm understanding from staff's perspective, that they need further clarity on the deferral. But I think I'd like to pick up on what Councillor Edwards was saying. I'm also feeling like this is significant, and I'm saying this even for the benefit of the applicant, that it's better for us to get this right. If there's a mechanism that would allow us to minimize the financial burden of a hydrological study, that's something new. I'm trying to process that sitting here today, but I personally feel like we owe it to the applicant as much as we do to the neighbors to make sure that whatever could come back, and I was sitting more in the camp of a deferral for that reason, that we actually give this the due diligence it's required for the number of things that have come up today. So I don't know that that's the rationale for a deferral or not, because I'm still feeling like I don't have the right facts or data or whatever right in front of me, based upon some of the comments that have come up today. And I think in fairness to both parties here, including third party being us, somehow finding a way to just give us a month breathing room between I don't know if that's a capability or not, so.
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, through you. If we are going to try to craft something different for next time, I'm going to be brutally honest. Apologize to my friend Ms. Ledger. We need a better financial disclosure if we're truly going to assess the financial viability of this thing, and I think we need to do that. I just don't think there's enough in the market analysis document that to talk about cash flows, market demand, margins. I mean, there's some sophisticated work. It doesn't even have to be that extensive. Part of my reluctance here is I actually don't know the path forward from what I'm assuming. I haven't heard anybody say that they'll just solve these problems and make them go away. There's got to be cash constraints on getting some of the stuff done that needs to get done in the order that it needs to get done, in the absence of cash flow being generated from a business that I frankly haven't seen anything to indicate it's going to be cash flow positive.
Ms. Ledger, I think we're moving towards either a denial or a deferral. Do you have any comments? No, sorry, I don't know where it's going on the vote, to be honest. And not sure any of us do, but there's a risk of denial, that's all.
No, I appreciate that. I support staff's decision and comments. I think they look into it and they know the rules. And at the end of the day, that's the important thing when you're unsure of what's going on. It's always difficult when there's a lot of opposition from the neighbors, and I get that, and nobody likes change, and you guys have the hard job of dealing with that. But I think if you can put in the appropriate conditions, which I believe Ms. Crowder has, done a good job, and we're going to add to that. I mean, these are the things that are important. It's noise and light, right, that bother neighbors. So if we can control those, then I think we can do that. If it's up to committee whether you want to defer it or deny it, I leave that up to you.
All right.
You're in the hot seat.
All right. So here, one Councillor Nishikawa, and then I'm going to make a call here.
again, I would ask if we could take the time and allow staff to craft the requirements or requests that have been brought forward so that everybody, and in fact, could we post it on the screen so that everybody sees it?
Thank you.
And-
You just said what I was going to say.
Well,
So let's take, it'll probably take about 10 minutes at least. We're going to try to wrap this up by 12:30 so that we can have some lunch. But let's give staff the chance and we'll try to write an amendment to the resolution on how to defer it and send it back to staff with some guidance. Pardon?
that wasn't what I'm not requesting for staff to redraft something so we can have a deferral.
I thought
wanted,
that's what you were saying.
no, I wanted staff to, as Emily had actually said, they could put in all of the other asks and
So-
things in the bylaw and then we could vote on it.
So, all right, see. Counselor Kent.
If that's the route we're going, why don't we take a straw poll now to see if even with all these conditions in it, people are gonna say yes to that or not?
Because
Otherwise,
we don't
wasting-
have a clear list of the positions. That's what I was trying to
But
get.
with a whole bunch of conditions as discussed. I mean, Mayor Kelly, I think agrees with me.
Yeah, that's not clear enough. We need to be, there's a number of items floating around, as Mayor Kelly has said. And, I think we need to get a list of what they are, no matter what we do. But, if we decide to, only take a month, we give the direction and they say, this is what we want to include. So when it comes back to council, here's the list that will be included, or we'll have a list that says, here's the issues that can be sent back and deferred, then come back to planning with some of the questions, the broader questions that Mayor Kelly and others have raised. So those are two options. And there's, a straw poll on which way do we want to go? Is that appropriate at this point? Well, I think we need the list no matter what. We need the list whether we're going to change the conditions on the resolution or we need to miss. So I would suggest we take a break and see if we can get a list in a fairly short period of times. So target, come back in about 10 minutes. No. Councillor Edwards, one more thought.
One more thought is to defer it. We're trying to design a racehorse on the fly and we're gonna end up with a moose.
Well,
So-
we will have that
Thank you.
discussion after we have the list. Are we committee? I don't have everybody here, but folks, it's 20 after. This is proving to be a little more complicated. And we don't want to rush it. So I'm going to suggest we take a lunch break and come back at 1:15. Well, we don't vote on it. Pardon?
A decision.
Yeah, we're not going to get it done. We're going to waste a lot of time. So folks, we'll be back at 1:15 and we'll leave it at that. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. All right. Let me just recap where we are. We have read the resolution, the original resolutions. There were published two resolutions, one dealing with the OP, and it essentially said we'll forward it on to district. The other one was a comprehensive zoning bylaw associated with that. What we are going to present is a revision to ultimately both of them. And this revision will, I'll read it to you, but essentially it's going to list out these conditions, I guess is the best word, that we talked about before lunchtime. So when we vote on this, I will read the resolution, but when we vote on it, there are three possible outcomes. One is that we approve it, and then we go on to approve an amended zoning bylaw, in which case they would come back to council next month. The second option is, if committee decides, this could be deferred, in which case it would come back to this committee next month. And the third option is it could be denied. Right? And that would be a no vote, right? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, to you, you'd mentioned the deferral, would it come back here or would it go to council? I think it was.
No, deferrals would come back to you.
Here.
Yeah. Correct? Yeah. All right, so let me read the OP resolution.
You're gonna show it on the screen.
And we're going to show it on the screen because there's some complexity to it. And so is somebody doing that?
Are you doing it or not?
Not me. While it's being brought
I'm
up.
just trying to print stuff, so if you don't. that'd be
Okay.
helpful.
So while they're bringing it up, let me read it because it's a fairly lengthy. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with. Be resolved that the official plan application OPA 62 be adopted, subject to the following conditions being included in the resolution in consideration of the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 10/25. So,
Thank you.
all right. So we're presenting it with the line drawn out. Why are we doing that again? Ms. Crowder?
Yeah, thank you, through you. So the first condition, so to speak, that's listed there was that third reading be withheld until the hydrogeological assessment has been done. However, one of the revisions that was spoken about was including that we include a 5,000 liter per day cap within the bylaw. So if we do that, then there's no need to withhold third reading for a hydrogeological assessment, hence why it's been crossed out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, be it resolved, let me start again. Be it resolved, this is the be substituted with, be it resolved that official plan amendment application OPA 62 be adopted, subject to the following conditions being included in the resolution in consideration of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 10/25. So I'm not going to read the one that's being scratched out. Number 2, that a revision be made to the draft bylaw and schedule to require the establishment of one of the two proposed wellness buildings, the educational building and the nature boutique prior to the establishment of the proposed accommodation units. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to stipulate accommodation units, housekeeping units and amenity facilities are permitted only to the extent and the location as shown in Schedule 3 to the draft bylaw. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw to implement wording which requires the approval of OPA-62 prior to the bylaw coming into force and effect. 4, that a revision be made to the draft bylaw to include further definitions and standards to limit the scope of what is proposed, including but not limited to the nature boutique, the educational building, and the wellness buildings. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw to include a definition of on-site management. That a revision be made to the draft bylaw to limit sewage flows to 5,000 liters per day, and that the subject lands and proposed developments be made subject to site plan control, and that a provision related to the requirements of on-site management, including on-site response time, be included in the amendment.
No, that's a proper version of that.
All right, so that captures it. Let me just review. When I call the vote, there's three outcomes. One is that we approve it, in which case we'll go on and deal with the zoning bylaw, which includes much of the same verbiage. We could defer it because we feel it requires that, but we've already put most of the conditions I think we captured, but if there were others, we could defer it. I think we have a bylaw a draft bylaw in place to do that. And the third one is we could deny it. Councillor Mazin, so questions, questions and discussion, because we've read it.
Okay, so quick question then, from a process standpoint.
Yes.
The benefit of a deferral would allow for a more fulsome opportunity for us to understand what these definitions look like, essentially, because everything else would be.
And it might offer the applicant more chance to encompass a lot of the things they heard in this meeting, perhaps in addition to what we have on the list.
So from a process standpoint, supplemental,
Yep.
if we,
Defer.
no, but if,
Oh, sorry.
if you're gonna call the question then,
Yep.
how it's written now, and we deny it, it doesn't mean that we're,
No, if we're going to defer it, we have to have that discussion and get agreement.
okay,
And then we will have a motion to defer.
okay, thank
right.
you. I just, yeah, thanks.
Good clarification, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I have several questions. There's a reason why we get the delivery of documents on Friday before a meeting, so we have time to read and digest. So I'm going to take you through my thought process line by line so that I can get some questions answered. The one thing I didn't see on there was any enhanced commercial viability disclosure, unless I missed it. I was trying to read along as you were reading.
No, you did not miss it.
So I didn't see that in there. I would like that in there before I would consider it on a deferral on anything but a dismissal. The rest of it, I have a few questions and I'd just like to start at the top and read it. Sorry. No, well, look that old? No, I could read it. Okay. Require the establishment one of the two proposed wellness buildings. So we've already diluted the original intention of the staff write-up, which was to insist on both of the wellness buildings. Unless I misunderstand something, did we not stipulate for two?
Through you, Chair Bosemarth, to Mayor Kelly, the original staff report stated one.
Oh, did say one.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that
I
has
thought
not
it was two. And the educational building and the nature boutique.
So those are the same as originally published.
Now, what is the definition of the establishment of the proposed accommodation units, given that some of those are already in place? Or no, they're not, they're sheds.
Through you,
Ms. Crowder?
Chair, to Mayor Kelly, it would mean that no building permit would be issued for these to be accommodation units, so no occupancy would be granted for those buildings. Today, the two that exist or have building permits to be sheds. They would require change of use permits to become accommodation units. Those wouldn't be issued until the amenities.
And I'm asking you a question that perhaps I should have asked before. I thought some of those sheds were accommodation units in the past during COVID.
Through you, Chair, my understanding is that these buildings were constructed without the benefit of building permits, and they were operating as rentals. This has since been found out and ceased operation as far as I know. Maybe we can look to the agent to speak further to it. But the buildings today are issued as permits as sheds.
Okay, Mayor Kelly. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, I'll leave a comment on that one till later on. Where am I on number 4? Revision be made to the draft bylaw wording which requires the approval of prior to the bylaw coming into force in effect.
So because that's not yellow, that was in the original.
Okay. Revision be made to the draft bylaw to include further definitions and standards to limit the scope of what is proposed. So we don't really know what we're putting our hand up to. If we were going to have to come back later and figure out what what the definitions and standards that limit the scope of what is proposed would include. The theory being that we have another shot at this after, when it comes back, assuming this moves forward, either comes back here after a deferral or goes to council after an approval. Is that correct? A conditional
Crowder.
approval.
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly. The idea behind this provision is that we heard some concerns about the potential scope of the property in future and what's actually proposed through these buildings today. So if we include site-specific definitions of each of these buildings, committee would get the opportunity to see them and review them and further vote on the proposal as a whole at the council meeting.
Okay.
If you did decide to defer, then you could review them at the planning committee.
Correct. And that would include unlimited. So then we would finally understand what we voted on when we approved or when we agreed to go forward with the theory that there would be a nature boutique and an educational building. And even, I guess, a wellness building. I'm not clear on what that means, but we'll figure that out at some point, assuming this moves forward. On-site management, again, we know we need it. We're not sure what it means. We'll figure it out after we voted, I guess, is the goal. How does one limit sewage flows to 5,000 liters a day? Sorry, how does one limit? This says we're going to limit, not we're going to monitor and shut, I don't know what that means. Is there a way to shut off a septic system or a sewage flow when it hits the magic number?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly, when you apply for a septic permit, it has a certain flow count that it's able to accommodate. So to apply for your permit, that flow count is a part of that application. So if they made an application for a system that exceeded 5,000 liters per day, or they have an existing system and they've applied for another one that brings them above 5,000 liters per day, the permit would be denied and they would have to come back before this committee to request that be amended, which would involve a hydrogeological.
And again, just so that I understand, I'm assuming they're going to come in here, if this were the condition, and say we want a permit to go to 5,000 liters a day. How do you limit it to 5,000 liters a day?
Mr. Snyder.
Pardon me. Thank you, Chair. The design parameters would be limited to 5,000 liters a day.
Right.
The use dictates those flows. So number of bedrooms, floor area, fixture count, all combined result in the total daily flow for existing structures on the property and the proposed development. And the development as a whole could not be designed to exceed 5,000 liters a day. Operationally, I think is your concern that
Right.
How do we monitor? Typically, we don't. In some very rare cases, flow monitors are imposed where there's concern about, I don't want to get into too much technical speak, but where there's concern about balancing of flows or intense usage in part of the week that's balanced over the remainder of the week type of scenarios.
That's actually helpful. Thank you very much. My concern is, I think you kind of nailed it. We don't normally monitor these things. We are going to have to monitor this thing, presumably, and most likely we won't know there's a problem until something's overflowed or backed up, I would think. That would be the first sign. Unless we put these flow monitors in that you're mentioning, can you read those remotely? I just don't know how they work.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, through you. In some cases, yes, there is remote technology. Generally, monitoring of treatment units, whether a treatment unit is required or not, would be dependent on the site conditions, and I can't speak to that at this point. And whether technology exists that allows them to monitor remotely for alternatives, I suspect it does, but I can't give you a specific example of that.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Appreciate that. If we just go back, I think I had one more question. I may be wrong. Be made subject to site plan control and that a provision related to the requirements of on-site management. Do we know what that means, on-site? Or that's what we're going to try to figure out between now and when we come back and look at this again, whether that's 24/7 or 8 hours a day or somebody living on site most of the time, whatever it is.
Ms. Crowder, that's what we're expecting out of that.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so we would put forth a definition of what on-site management is and what it looks like. If memory serves with the one Pier 100, we did say that the expectation of that is 24/7, but we will draft something up.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you the last thing, and one of the concerns I have about commercial resort zoning is it's got to be commercial. There's got to, whatever the development is, has to have a reasonable prospect of profitability. I think by definition, that's what a commercial activity is. And I need to know that there is some prospect of profitability before we approve anything. So I would like to see enhanced financial disclosure as whatever number 8 or 9 is under there. So that we can actually look at something, not prospectus level disclosure, but some sort of disclosure that gives us reasonable comfort that this isn't just a Hail Mary and we'll figure out later. Because the problem is if any of this breaks down, if the sewage system fails, or if the thing fails to be profitable, it really does become our problem. We're going to have to take control over it or do something to mitigate the damage that's going to be caused by running something that doesn't necessarily, it didn't from the start have a real prospect for commercial success, and now has a sewage system in it that's not living up to or not performing to expectation. That's not a very nice combination. So that's it. That's my last one.
I understand. All right, we add that to the list of another discussion, Councillor or Mayor Kelly. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I guess a question too, I guess the CAO, can we require or request what the mayor has asked? In terms of a financial disclosure, I've not seen that. I mean, it's interesting, but I've not seen that where people come forward and say, here's how many rooms I have, here's how many people I'm going to put in per night. I've not seen that.
CEO Pink.
Thank you, through you. That's a good question, and I don't believe we're privy to necessarily the books of businesses, but I believe one of the tests can be just a demonstration of profitability. So perhaps with some time, staff may be able to craft some language of some information that we are privy or able to receive to confirm or at least address the concern that the mayor has raised. But I think you're generally correct. We wouldn't be entitled to view their books, so to speak. I do not believe.
And sorry if I
Mayor
may,
Kelly?
through you, just to clarify, I'm not sure whether we can or we can't, require that in law, but I can require that as a counselor before I vote on this.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm honestly quite shocked about this application and where we're landing. Honestly, having done resorts in this township before, some of our now new asks are, look, we didn't ask those questions for our bigger resorts. I'm just saying. My concern is that a business generally takes, the norm is 3 years to show a profit and all of those things. So either way, I am not clear why we're standing. It almost feels to me that we just don't want this type of accommodation in our township. And from my comfort level, staff have proved that they have asked for all of the necessary documentation. We heard that this was going to be staged so that this, they would build up slowly what the business would be. And in fact, that there would be a requirement for another septic system because of the build out. So we heard all of that. So therefore, in my opinion, that the applicant has done everything we're asking, like they provided that build out plan, like that type of thing. And so I'm just not clear why this particular property or this particular application is being asked to jump through the hoops that we have not done for other larger commercial applications, quite frankly.
Thank you. Any other comments from committee? I shouldn't say comments, any discussion points? Councillor Nishikawa.
What I am not clear from you, Chair, is how you will ask the question, because you can't ask two questions at the same time. So it's either we're deferring or we're approving, like what it's.
That's what I'm going to get into now. I just wanted to let everybody have a discussion. I now have another item that we need to talk about, and I want to know from committee how much support they have for what Mayor Kelly has suggested, which we would add a number 9 to this list, would be some wording along the line of fulsome financial discussion on that. So Councillor Nishikawa.
So do I get to decide as a counselor what is acceptable profit for me? If they earned $100, can I say, oh, they earned money? Or do we actually want to see $100,000 or more? Like, we want to actually control their income levels. And I don't get what we're asking for.
Understand, Mayor Kelly?
Let me help clarify through you, of course. We have an applicant here who has asked us to take the leap of converting the zoning on property to commercial resort. Commercial means has a reasonable prospect of profitability. Not tomorrow, not next week. It has some shot at profitability. So you do pro formas, you do whatever work you need to do to pre-estimate expenses from startup to operating costs and so forth. All I want to know is that if I'm going to raise my hand to support the conversion of this property to a commercial resort, that it has some prospect of success, that it will at some point be a commercial resort. Right now, it's an assemblage of buildings and ideas. And to convert it to something that's going to be commercially, I don't know if it's going to make $5 or $5 million. It's got to show some commercial prospect of commercial success in order for it to be a commercial resort.
Councillor Kent.
I was just going to add to what Mayor Kelly said, which is there's a lot of value granted when you provide a applicant with a commercial license. There's short-term value, there's long-term value that other people will be able to use. So you want to make sure that they're doing it for the right reasons, which is to build a business that's a real business and gives them a living. And remembering that there's value being given to them in this specific kind of license.
Councillor Nishikawa, one more comment.
Well, I would say that the applicant has filed an application for exactly that they've said they're trying to create a new business for themselves and they want to do all of these things. And that's the application. And in fact, all of the stop holds and everything else that we can put in place are in place. We have those abilities. So again, I'm starting to hear that some members of committee feel that this is a failure already, and we're not even going to give them an opportunity. And I don't think that that's what our role is as council. We saw somebody that comes openly. We want to do this. We want to really challenge of how we're not asking any money from this council or anything. The applicant is spending his own money. And to put all the obstacles in, so there's no chance of them earning any money because we're not even going to allow them to try. I don't get that why we are not allowing people to try.
Thank you. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And through you, a comment. I think we as a council are asking for more rigor, because councils in the past, of which I was not sitting on, have made a tremendous number of mistakes. We have commercial properties that aren't commercial. We have commercial properties that have been converted to condominiums. There have been lots of things going on in our township that some of us don't like, to the point where we ran to be at the table to try and bring some more diligence to the process. And I think that's what some of us are asking for, is a little more diligence, making sure that the unintended consequences don't happen, because the unintended consequences have been significant and I wasn't at the table. So quite frankly, I'm supportive of more diligence, of understanding. I'm not here to judge what is a viable business. A viable business is in the hearts of the people that are doing it. It's when they choose it's not viable anymore and they take what we have then taken from a residential rural to commercial and given them value to that, and it decides to go somewhere else. And I don't have to look very far down Thunder Alley from where I live to the Lake Joseph Club to talk about what I'm talking about. And I wasn't at the table when that unintended consequence happened.
Committee, I'm going to ask anybody else have comments on this. Then I'm going to ask for a straw vote on whether we want this included in the amended draft resolution. So is there anybody else wishing to comment on this topic of the requirement for expanded financial plans?
Was answering what the other councillors were saying, my view.
Go ahead, Mr. Ed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. We have had, as Councillor Burry said, we've had mistakes made. We've had a resort that have put raw sewage into the lake. We have had another resort where people are trespassing on their neighbor's property. This one is not even lakefront and that. So there could be trespass and that. There was another one popped up on the Windermere Road and that there was just a bunch of tents with Jerry on the spots. I thought we were looking after the environment and that. I looked at this. People are going to have to walk about 150 feet to the washroom and back. They're going to do that late at night.
All right.
In the snow. This is why we're asking all these questions, and I'm for as many questions as possible, and that before I cast my vote on it.
Thank you very much.
That's why I had asked for a deferral.
Again, on this topic, any other commentary? Thank you. Councillor Mazin?
Thank you, and through you. With the lens of the applicant, I do believe I heard a couple of hours ago, the agent mentioned that from a staging of the amenities coming before, the ability to use the actual accommodation, they would actually like to be able to rent out what they have today to help pay for it. And I think these are the types of things, quite frankly, even to the benefit of the applicant, to make sure that they've gone back and said, okay, listening to everything that's come forward from today, understanding the reality of what might cost, like in order to make this happen, the staging that will be required, is this still going to be a continued viable? The only person who can truly answer that is them. Not knowing if they've raised capital, somebody brought that up. That's not an uncommon thing to do in any kind of a business world. So I don't know what that looks like. This is new to us. But I think that the importance of making sure we've done our due diligence started with me 2 hours ago when I heard that there might be a request that maybe we allow them to actually rent out those places to help build some revenue to be able to build the amenities. And that's a complete opposite of what we're suggesting here. So for the applicant's sake, I would suggest having a deferral simply to give them time to actually process everything that we've said today in order to make sure it's something they can do.
Okay. So coming back to the point of enhanced financial disclosure, I'd like a straw vote on that. All those who would like to see another provision added to this resolution requiring enhanced financial disclosure. All those in favor? Can you count, please? 1, 2. Keep your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if you could start drafting that. The next topic I wanted to talk about is, are we going to defer or are we going to approve the resolutions as drafted? Which do we prefer? That's the two options we have here. So if we're not deferring, then I'll just read the resolution once it's been revised, or we have. Yeah, and so we can defer the whole thing, in which case we could decide that right now.
There's a third option.
And the third option is I'll call the vote.
No, the third option is defeat it.
what,
Yeah.
I can call the vote as is now, but before I call the vote, so when I call the vote, there's two options. You know, one is it passes, the other one is. But before I call no, there's the option to defer, in which case we don't call the vote, we have a vote to defer. All right? So that's the question I want to know. I want to sense from committee, do we prefer deferral or are we happy with the conditions, including the one that we've just agreed to add in? And therefore it would come back to council next month. So the options are, gives more time for the applicant to absorb and come back and revise their application. And it would come back here, or we're happy with the revisions that we've had and they can come back to council. So
This would cause it to come back to planning committee.
yeah, and we'll come back, sorry, we'll come back to, okay, if we defer, it comes back to planning committee before it goes to council. So discussions on that. Councillor Kent.
By doing that, you're eliminating the option of rejecting it now.
No, yes, no, of
Yes.
course. If we deferred,
We have to reject it later.
yeah. So,
So
you
that's,
know,
I mean, maybe we should see.
so if the back of your minds, kind of, we don't like this, then there's no point deferring. All right?
So maybe we should get a head count on that before you go through this process.
Not sure. CEO Pink, you're a wise man. Any thoughts on that?
Think on my feet here. Obviously I appreciate the difficult conversation, discussions around. I mean, my read of the room, I think, hate to say it, I think there's a slight preference likely to make a decision and it doesn't seem supportive. But ultimately I leave it to committee and the chair to decide if it's a straw vote on a deferral or calling the vote. But I think we've asked a lot of questions and had a lot of good comments. I think we might be at the point of making a decision.
I think asking for a deferral is about essentially the same thing. If enough people want to defer, then there's some chance that it will pass. If enough people don't want to defer, then I have the next question and we'll find out then. Councillor Nishikawa, help me.
I just wanted to confirm with the applicant's agent that they had requested an answer today. That we
Ms.
would not-
Ledger,
They are not, they would like an answer. They
would
don't
you like
want
an
a
answer
deferral.
today then? Why don't you give us your thoughts?
That's certainly our preference. I have other things to say, but I can't say them. I'm just looking at the Kennedy approval by this committee. It has site plan, no motel, hotel, or restaurant, which is also on ours. Require establishment of accessory unit and office prior to the issuance.
All right,
of
I
building.
think that's not relevant here.
Well, it is.
No,
It's the same.
we are aware of that and staff is aware of that as well. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. I just can't. I don't know what I can do here. I just can't be supportive of this whole thing about the financials. I mean, I know after today, I'm gonna get,
Councillor Zavitz, I did give you a chance to talk about the financials and I think we've had that discussion. I prefer not to go back into that one. I think.
But if it's a deferral, with all due respect, if it is gonna be a deferral, then that's an option for further discussion. So
I think we agreed that we are going to add that in. So we will have to if we defer, we don't have to.
Right.
But if we decide to vote, we're going to put it in before we vote. Because I think we had a straw vote that said we're going to do that. So is that all right with you then? Because we're going to get there. That's the process, but we've already decided that. So I just don't want to go back into that topic. We did it via straw vote and you'll get to vote on it when it goes into there. So I would like a sense about how many people think we should defer. Two. Defer. All right. So that means I think we agreed to add one more. So we're not going to defer. All right. We're going to add one more clause to this condition because with straw vote suggested that's what people wanted. And then if you got 5 minutes for doing that, or is it already done?
I don't know. I don't know what to call it, frankly. Get rid of the else. Where's that spot? Okay, that's fine.
Through the chair.
Your worship.
With all due respect and notwithstanding my prior position, I do think it would probably be useful for Councillor Zavitz and or Councillor Nishikawa to speak if they have an issue they want to raise.
Fair enough. We have time. Councillor Zavitz, you were the last one.
Well, thank you for that. And through you, I guess the thought being, there are developers watching this right here and now that, you know, we talk about the word precedent. I think we're setting a precedent here and now by dictating or mandating in this particular file that we require financials. I've never heard that in my 7 years sitting here. So I'm going to be very interested in the wording in this resolution, respectfully, in terms of how to do that.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa? All right.
Because it's 2:00.
Yeah, you turn out right.
Just
These look at these. Through that. Nobody mentioned. Getting this. Visibility. All just really. Sorry.
I'll let you talk. No, it's a good idea.
I say agree because.
Yeah.
I don't want to mention the names.
Okay. Okay, Mayor Kelly, did you have your hand up? What is it? Let me see.
So you can say,
Let me see the old one. This was number 8.
yeah, so I took out the crossed off one at the top.
Oh, I see, okay.
And then, yeah.
All right, so I'm not going to read the whole resolution, just going to read the now number 8, because we took the crossed off one there. That was just to show you what was coming off. It says that satisfactory financial information be submitted to sufficiently demonstrate commerciality of the proposed tourist resort. And I will let CAO Pink talk to this, and that the market feasibility analysis be peer reviewed. CEO Pink, you have added that last point.
Thank you. So I think I've done my best. It's certainly not staff's preference to do these on the fly, but done our best to, I think, capture Mayor Kelly's comments with respect to financial information. I think what also committee may be considering, if I'm understanding correctly, there is a market feasibility analysis that was submitted as part of the application. There has been some discussions around the qualifications of the author. So perhaps a peer review of that report. I've left that in. You can choose both or one or the other as another further piece of information that may, again, be part of the information pool that you're looking for to make a decision.
Mayor Kelly, how do you feel about that?
Thank you very much. I think the language is fine. I'm going to ask CAO Pink or maybe Acting Clerk Hollows. My recollection is we have actually taken similar not proof, because it's not proof, reasonable prospect of profitability on two separate circumstances, a little bit different. They related to whether this was a viable commercial resort versus a standalone residential opportunity, but the test was the same. And I believe the disclosure was pretty minimal. And it was simply to identify that the applicant had addressed their minds to the cost of build out and operating, and we were satisfied that it had some reasonable prospect of success.
CEO Pink.
Thank you, through you. That is going back some time, but I do recall there have been at least one or two instances where we have requested some information, and staff can certainly dig into that should it be deferred or a resolution approved to council. Dig into those files and perhaps repeat those past practices.
Thank you.
You've read all of this and then you did just read that, so I think you can call the vote. They
Okay.
may choose to have that again or
All right.
display.
Committee, so that I think our discussions are finished, but if anybody has more to talk about, raise your hand now. I'm going to call the vote. If this is,
Just because.
if this is approved, we will go on and read the bylaw. That has to be amended. If it's not approved, stop. All right? All those in favor?
See, it's Councillor McIntyre.
Councillor McIntyre?
Does she?
We can't see your hand. Okay, the virtual hand, all right.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's two.
All those opposed?
1, 2, 3, 6, 7.
Those defeated? All right. Who needs a break? No, I was completely being facetious, folks. 202.
Thank you, that was tough.
Okay. The next one is Miss Walker. And it is report. This is a zoning bylaw amendment. Simple, straightforward amendment. ZBA 51/24, Miss Callister and Morgan. Also on Leonard Lake Road.
Excuse me, Chair. Can we just take a?
Oh, yes,
few
and
minutes?
Councillor Roberts, you have to recuse.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, absolutely.
we'll take a pause.
If we could just pause, if we could just.
It's all on there.
Oh, man. So our meeting tomorrow will be interesting. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Bosamworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 5124 in the name of McAllister and Morgan. The subject lands are known municipally as 1127 and 1133 Leonard Lake Road 1. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 444 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to deem 1127 Leonard Lake Road 1 as a building lot. It also proposes to recognize the width of an as-built dock and the extent that an as-built dock extends onto land. The application also proposes to alter the straight line projection of the side lot line between 1127 and 1133 Leonard Lake Road 1. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 23 days in advance of this meeting, and 8 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Veach, the Township's Direct Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Ryan Morrell, the Township's Fire Chief, Rochelle Story, the Township's Land and Agreement Coordinator, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. A letter of support from the owner of 1133 Leonard Lake Road 1 was submitted as part of the application. After comments were circulated to committee, letters of support were received from Denise and Brent Chanel, owners of 1023 Leonard Lake Road 1, Unit 3, and Graham King, owner of 1023 Leonard Lake Road 1, Unit 2. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 5124 McAllister and Morgan be approved subject to the following revision to the draft bylaw. That a dock be the only permitted shoreline structure on the property, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ledger. We don't know your name. I think we know your address. You've got 5 minutes, so away you
Good.
go.
Okay, I'll try and be shorter than that. So this property originally was permitted a dock. The original survey actually showed 110 feet. It was a survey done much later, 2022, that showed this weird crossing line, and that's why we're here, and it's a little short on frontage. We're fine with all the conditions. In fact, we did a variance recently, and it's already one of those conditions is site plan control as well. So it's kind of doubling, but just being sure. So I'm just here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody here to speak for or against this application? None whatsoever. Committee, do we have any questions for staff or the applicant? Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 51/24 be approved subject to the following revision to the draft bylaw. That a dock be the only permitted shoreline structure, and that the proposed development be made to subject to site plan control. Committee, any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Carried. All right, the next one is ZBA 15/25, 1130 Hamels Point Road, and this is Ms. DeMello.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-1525 in the name of Roberts. The subject lands are known municipally as 1130 Hamels Point Road, Unit Number 2. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 477 of the agenda package. The subject property is currently developed with a dwelling, a 2-story boathouse containing an accessory sleeping cabin, and a shed. Slide, please. The proposed exemptions are summarized as shown on the screen, and this table can also be found in the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 8 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Ryan Morrell, the Township's Fire Chief, and Chriselle Story, the Township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, and the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application. 4 letters of support were received from neighboring property owners. These comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1525 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. That bylaw 2004-165 be repealed. That the draft bylaw be revised to permit a 714 square foot sleeping cabin on the 2nd floor of the 2-story boathouse as currently stated in bylaw 2004-165. And that the draft bylaw be revised to prevent the future enclosure of the boathouse's lower level as currently stated in bylaw 2004-165. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I believe the applicant's agent is Ms. Leppington.
Yes, hello.
Hello,
you,
welcome.
Thank
If you state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. My name is Bobby Leppington, 190 Taylor Road, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1J9. I'm here today to represent the owners in this unique application. I had a presentation. I'm going to hold it and just be brief. I can refer to it if we have questions. We have a unique 12.5% approval on this property, and it's our intention to de-intensify the shoreline by removing the boat port, leaving all that vegetation that you see in place, and building a detached garage tucked in the corner of the property at about 84 feet setback from the optimal summer water level there. So we are here today looking for your support.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Terrific. Anybody here or anybody online wishing to speak for or against this application? Committee. Oh, the owner? So the owner is on there. Who's the owner? Roberts. Do they want to come on and say anything? It's not required, but seeing.
Hello,
Yeah.
I am the owner of the property, and I just wanted to say, having sat through your proceedings today, I appreciate the diligence with which you address items before you. And just thank you for the support that city or the township and folks have prepared and put before you. So just to thank you for the process.
All right. Much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, yes. Can you give us your address?
Yes, it is 2220 Lakeshore Road, Unit 14 in Burlington, L7R 4G7.
Thank you very much. All right, committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Kent.
Thank you through you to Mr. Mello. I'm just, maybe I'm not understanding it, but I'm looking at table 1 and just looking at the exemptions. And it says permitted in A, 12.5%, 5,329 feet. Then it says proposed 12.3%, 5,002, and then the relief is 2.3% or 1,000 feet. I don't understand that.
Through you, Chair Bosman.
Mr. Bell.
I mean, maybe I'm just being really slow because I'm really hot and tired.
Through you, Chair Bosworth. So the 12.5% that's referenced in the table is in recognition of a site-specific bylaw that's currently registered on the property that permits 12.5% lot coverage, but only for the existing 2-story boathouse and the decks attached to the boathouse. So the application just seeks to reconfigure that existing 12.5% lot coverage on the property, and they're actually slightly reducing it to 12.3%.
So It's not like we're going from 12.5 to 12.3, it's 1,000. It's, you were leaving back to the original.
10%. All right,
Okay, yeah.
committee, questions? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor McIntyre, be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 15/25 be approved, subject to the following minor revisions to the draft bylaw. That bylaw 2004-165 be repealed, that the draft bylaw be revised to permit a 714 square foot sleeping cabin on the second floor of the two-story boathouse as currently stated in bylaw 2004-165, and that the draft bylaw be revised to prevent the future enclosure of the boathouse lower level as currently stated in bylaw 2004-165. Committee, do we have any discussions on this item? Committee, if you look at figure 8 on page 475, we have many points in our bylaws and official plan to minimize built form. And thankfully, we are going to get some reduction in built form. But there's a very significant built form on the shoreline. It's got quite a bit of vegetation in front of it. A lot of the branches have been removed from the trees so that the built form on the shoreline is really quite noticeable from the water. And I would like to see a requirement for some plantings of trees to try to reduce some of that built form on the mainland. And I'm looking to see if there's any support from committee for that. So put your hands up and let me know, or pipe up and let me know what you think. I mean, otherwise, if we don't think that's, if you don't think if I'm off base too much, please let me know. Councillor Nishikawa.
Is this subject to site plan approval?
Good question. Mr. Mello?
Through your chair, Bosworth, yes, the proposed garage will be subject to site plan control automatically.
All right.
If I may, with your question, I'm comfortable that site plan approval is required. I'm not going to tell them where to plant the trees. I think staff will be able to.
But we currently don't have a requirement in the bylaw that we have to take securities for plantings. So that's really what I'm suggesting, that we get some further plantings. It's still very significant built form, and we do have terms in our, I think, official plan or bylaw that says that any opportunity we can to enhance and get closer to our bylaws, and we should take that. I'm not, Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry, I don't see this application as any different than we've had other and quite frankly worse ones. And I feel that what has been listed as the site plan approval and staff have got this. And so I'm not comfortable with adding another request that we don't do for any other application that comes forward similar to this.
Councillor Kent.
I actually think it's a great suggestion, particularly on the left side. I mean, this is a big property that's close to shore, up on a hill, and it's highly noticeable and intrusive on the boating public. And I think asking for a few plantings would certainly not be a negative. And we're giving them some things so that they can do something to make it less.
Ms. Crowder.
intrusive.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bosworth. So this property and the development of the garage is automatically subject to the site plan control process, as Ms. DeMello was saying. And as part of that, we do take securities whenever we require plantings. So if staff attend the site and do our site visit and feel that plantings are appropriate, we would ask that securities be provided. And that is something that's included into our site plan agreements as a standard.
So staff will already take this into consideration?
That's right.
Right, then I drop my case. Fair enough. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, what time is that? 2:22. All right. Next on our agenda is unfinished business. And first one up is the report plan 2025-098 with regard to bylaw B 252624 ML and ZBA 3234 Donald on Beatrice Road. Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosemuth. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent applications B 252624 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3224 in the name of Donald. The subject lands are known municipally as 1685 Beatrice Town Line Road. Next slide, please. As committee may recall, these applications were heard by Planning Committee previously in September of 2024. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketch on page 496 of the agenda package. The purpose of consent applications B 252624 ML is to create 2 new rural lots. The purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3224 is to gain exemptions necessary to finalize the proposed consents. Next slide, please. These applications were deferred by Planning Committee for a satisfactory scoped environmental impact study to be prepared by a qualified environmental professional, which demonstrates that a development envelope is available on severed lot 2 in consent application B 2624 ML that will not have negative impacts on any natural heritage features or their ecological functions. Next slide, please. The applicant has since had a scoped EIS prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions dated June 15th, 2025, which demonstrates that a development envelope exists outside of the identified wetland feature and further recommends a setback to the identified feature for development of all buildings and structures. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. We have recommended that consent applications B 252624 ML be approved, subject to the standard conditions of consent, that any necessary road widenings as requested by the Township's Operational Services Department be satisfactorily conveyed, and provided the rezoning be approved to permit the lots to be created. Staff further recommend that ZBA 3224 Donald be approved, subject to the revisions to the draft bylaw, to permit severed lots 1 and 2 to exceed maximum permitted lot frontage and area requirements, and to rezone the identified natural heritage features EP1 as recommended within the scoped EIS and update the schedules accordingly. Staff have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, committee, or Ms. Crowder. Committee, the planner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My first time on here. My name is Ethan Ward. 399.
Name and address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Sounds good. My name's Ethan Ward, 399 South Lancelot Road, Utterson, Ontario, P0B1M0. Ultimately, don't have much to say. The application, we're fine with the road widening requirement and all the conditions put forward. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak for or against this application? None whatsoever. Does committee have any questions for the applicant agent or our planner? Seeing none. There's one for sure. All right, somewhat lengthy. Moved by Councillor. Moved by. Let me give a sec. How many are there?
3.
1.
Right? 3.
Consent? Oh, 2 consents, yes.
There's
All right,
no-
so we have 2 consent applications and 1 zoning bylaw application. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be resolved, the consent application B 2524 ML Donald be approved, subject to the following conditions. The satisfactory registrable deed description or deed of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. that the availability of entrance permits to be confirmed by the township's operational services department for the severed and retained lots, that cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created vacant lot or the entire lands, whichever is less, that a necessary road widening requested by the township's operational services department be satisfactorily conveyed to the township, and that a rezoning be approved to permit severed lot 1 to be created. Committee, any questions on that? Seeing none, let me call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Carried. Oops. So that's the second consent application. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that consent application B 2624 ML be approved subject to the following conditions: that a satisfactory registrable deed, a registrable description bracket deed of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registry copy of the reference plan. Confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township, that a satisfactory consent agreement under section 51 bracket 26 of the Planning Act be entered into with the township and registered on the title of the lands and contains provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees to implement the recommendations made with a scoped environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc. and dated June 15th, 2025, that a rezoning be approved to permit severed lot 2 to be created and to rezone the identified natural heritage features environmental protection bracket EP1 as recommended within the scope environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environment Solutions and dated June 15th, 2025, that the availability of entrance permits be confirmed by the township's operational services department for the severed and retained lots, and that cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value or newly created vacant lot of the newly created vacant lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. Committee, any discussions on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And finally, the zoning bylaw. Be it me moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the zoning bylaw amendment application ZB-32/24 be approved subject to the revisions to the draft bylaw to 1, permit severed lot 1 and severed lot 2 exceed maximum permitted lot frontage and area requirements, and 2, rezone the identified natural heritage features to environmental protection EP1 as recommended within the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions and dated on June 15th, 2025 and update the schedules accordingly. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. The next item is ZBA 0824 as amended for 1031 Park Road, and that is Ms. DeMello.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-0825 in the name of Hamilton and Langille. The subject lands are known municipally as 1031 Park Road. Next slide, please. As committee may recall, this application was first heard by committee at the June 12th Planning Committee meeting. Planning Committee recommended at the June 12th meeting that the application be denied in accordance with the recommendation by staff. At the council meeting on July 16th, 2025, the item was pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion and reconsideration. An amending resolution was passed at the July 16th council meeting to refer the item back to the August Planning Committee meeting for further deliberation, and to provide the applicant with an opportunity to revise the application for further consideration. As a council resolution stated that the application returned to the August meeting for further deliberation, it has been brought forward at this time. However, staff note that the applicant has not had sufficient time to consult with neighbors and prepare a resubmission of their application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that the application be deferred for the following to be addressed. That additional consultation be conducted with neighboring property owners and a revised site plan be submitted and any other requirements to the satisfaction of the township. I have no further comments at this time and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Is this Ms. Coburn? No? Hamilton.
Yeah,
All right. Oh, you're the owner.
I'm one of
Uh,
the, yeah, I'm one of the
good-
owners. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
good. Yeah, we can hear you. Good afternoon. If you can state your name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name
if-
is April Hamilton, and my home address is 1234 Green Oaks Drive, Mississauga, Ontario, L5J3A4.
Thank you. And do you have anything you'd like to add to?
Yeah, I'd like to add that we've had a survey done and we have new information to look into at this time. And I just wanted to really thank the committee for giving us this opportunity.
Okay. Committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking on page 552 and there's it looks like a sitting area, and is that part of the dock width as well, or is that extra?
You said 552?
Yes.
Ms. DeMello, do you have that? And is the question clear?
Through you, Councillor Bosenworth, I'm just opening the agenda package now. I'm going to take a look.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Oh, no, sorry. Wait for the comment.
All right. Okay, I'm going to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amended application ZBA 0825 amended be deferred for the following to be addressed. 1, that additional consultation be conducted with the neighboring property owners and a revised site plan be submitted, and that any other related requirements to the satisfaction of the township. Any dis-
Councillor McIntyre left me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not seconded by Council.
CA.
No.
Oh, Councillor Burry.
Councillor Burry has offered.
Thank you very much.
All right, to the satisfaction of the township. Discussion on this? Any debate? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I think this is important, that the applicant has gone to the expense to get a survey to, from what I understand, they've found some important information that should come forward to committee, whether it gets passed or not. So I think the deferral is required at this time.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So our final item on the agenda is I don't know, it appeared to be. Well, we have some new business and under the delegation matter that came before us today, which was a request for updates to the township's zoo and wildlife sanctuaries. We had a thoughtful presentation this morning. Do we have any discussions or comments on that? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. That was a long time this morning ago.
Few hours ago.
And the delegate did ask for changes to the wildlife zoo and wildlife sanctuaries. Did they summarize them? They did summarize them, but can you refresh my memory? Thank you. That's what you said, the chair. Well,
Her speech, her comments will be distributed. Yeah. So maybe staff should review them and
Yeah, she had a long list of comments. I'm not sure that we should be going through them one by one
Okay.
here. Mayor Kelly, thought?
Thank you. And through you, I had a little more general question. That was, I wasn't clear. I clearly understood the noise violation. But I was unclear about whether the request on the wildlife sanctuary was personal safety for nearby residents, whether it was the safety and well-keeping of the animals themselves. Because she mentioned something about how different it was in the winter, and I didn't know if she was, I just wasn't clear on what,
That's,
you know, what point she was really trying to make on that particular piece.
So I guess what we have to consider here is, do we want to send back the request to staff and ask them to investigate and come back with a report? Councillor Zavis.
Thank you. And through you, it seemed to me, my perception was a lot of it had to do with noise. There were some other factors, but I'm wondering if we could allay this for the record and include it in the, when we consider or reconsider the noise bylaw, which I imagine we'll be doing over the next 4 months, or, because I think it's important that we capture it. But I just seemed that a lot of it had to do with noise, not so much danger of the public, but no, I don't know.
Councillor Roberts?
yes, thank you. And I do have a question for staff on this particular ask. But, and I do agree with my colleague that the noise piece should be referred to our up and coming noise bylaw update and thought about it at that time. But I really wanted to understand, I've been so late, what happened on them, what they asked for in the zoo, because anyways, I don't know the path forward on that, or what do we do? You
have to speak up.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not hearing me?
No, well, I've got a fan going in the back. Here.
Okay, so it's really
Not a
just
fan base, it's a fan.
yeah. No, the peanut gallery. So I'm okay with the noise part, and I do have as I say, a question for Director Huff in a second.
Yeah.
But it's their ask as it pertains to the zoo and sanctuaries, and so I can make a decision whether we ask staff to do something with it.
Yeah, one of the requests they had was, as I recall, that they want the bylaw to restrict the zoos to only take animals that are native to Ontario. That was another example. So, you know, I can only imagine what was behind that. Director Huff, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I think, you know, we didn't have the full presentation before this meeting, so we were hearing it for the first time as well. She indicated that she was going to circulate it afterwards. We'll get a copy of it. We're happy to review it. The zoo bylaw is an older bylaw. And certainly we can consider her proposals as part of an update if and when we do an update, and bring those comments back for consideration by Planning Committee.
Councillor Nishikawa?
It's interesting to me that it is an old bylaw, but honestly, we really tackled it. Like, we identified pythons, for instance, and, you know, like all of that type of thing, that exotic pets that quite frankly have ended up in my household at one point too. But it was more because stuff was we had situations where in fact property owners had let loose some of their pets. And so we had those people come forward to say, you know, they let a snake loose on my property kind of thing. So I would just say that we're not that far away from a good bylaw. Like, we really did work. And I don't know how the animal species haven't changed that much, but we did tackle a lot of those things. So I look forward to updating it, but I don't think it's got to be that hard of a lift, quite frankly.
Do we know how old this bylaw is? When was it updated? Councillor or Director Huff?
So it's from 2012 originally, I think. And I think there's been some amendments since then over time, but originally 2012.
I think I saw Councillor Roberts first.
I'll wait to the end.
No, you can ask a question now.
Okay. The question I would like to direct to staff is for the benefit of the public. Could staff please clarify the actions that could be taken to regulate and govern wildlife sanctuaries? In the purpose of the actual bylaw, it says the township zoo and wildlife sanctuaries purpose is, or didn't use the word, but is to license, regulate, and govern zoos and wildlife sanctuaries. So it's really the key words are regulate and govern. When I read through the bylaw there, it does touch on some of that, but can you clarify that? Or would you like to? Yeah.
Director Huff?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So I guess just first, like every bylaw, we generally enforce based on complaint. The bylaw does give us authority to do inspections, require updates to licenses, receive information, go on site, do inspections. I think I said that twice, sorry. And so there's some mechanisms within that bylaw to do that, generally on a complaint basis, and go forward from there. And then there's options to require licenses to be updated, and if certain conditions aren't met, licenses can be suspended or revoked. And then there's an appeal process embedded in that bylaw as well.
Okay, so second question, since the approval in 2012, has staff conducted site visits at any sanctuary to confirm compliance?
All right. Councillor Roberts, I think we're going to decline on that question because we only have one facility in the.
Okay, I understand.
And we don't want any
Thank you.
biases on that.
So my only comment is I think it's time that we did relook at this bylaw and put it on the docket to review it at some time. And my other comment is I think I've already said is that the noise bylaw, when we look at that, should take in consideration this delegation request.
Councillor Edwards, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Give you a little bit of history. Back in 2012, we put the bylaw in because there was somebody keeping lions just off the Windermere Road on Muskoka Road 4. We were, and that they were loose. He was walking around with them and everything else like that. So it was a danger. From what I've had from emails, there at the wildlife sanctuary that's up there now, we did not put it in the bylaw. Perhaps we should have, because we thought the sanctuary would only be doing North American animals, and that I don't think it's equipped. I did get an email. I don't have it verified, but somebody did get mauled up there at one time. So it is a danger if some of these animals get out.
All right, we'd like to not talk specifically about any particular case here.
But it was at this council.
It's at this council.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm
All right,
explaining
fair
why and that. And at the time, we didn't put it in for sanctuaries because we never thought they'd be there. We thought it'd be just North American animals. I guess. We made
Okay,
a
sorry,
mistake.
I misinterpreted. Yeah.
Thank you.
CEO Pink, any comments?
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think your timing is correct, but it actually is a separate bylaw. There is a separate bylaw around 2012 for keeping of exotic animals. That's the matter that you're recalling, but that is a separate bylaw than the and wildlife sanctuaries bylaw. So the exotic animal bylaw does prohibit the keeping of exotic animals, but it does specifically exempt zoos and wildlife sanctuaries, which are then governed through the subsequent bylaw.
To the chair, that's where I'm saying we made a mistake.
All right, Councillor Berry.
So what I picked up from the delegate was more than just barking dogs. And so we're pretty good about barking dogs, and there are other animals that can bark. And I think she was asking us to expand the definition of that kind of really irritating noise.
Yep, you're right.
I live beside Barking Dog Point. I renamed it. It's going through geographic But she's right. I think there was, I mean, I like the idea that staff take a look at what was said. I thought it was a really articulate delegation, and that there were some really valuable points there that we probably need to look at. Thank you.
Director Huff, from a process point of view, we have many bylaws and we've got a list of those we want to update. Is this on the update, or should we, are you looking for us to direction to put this higher on the update list, or what would you like to see coming out of this meeting for you?
Sure. No, thank you, Chair. So I'm certainly hearing the desire to revisit. Obviously, we're doing the noise bylaw that's coming forward, maybe October, and to revisit the wildlife bylaw and potentially the exotic animal bylaw. That's currently not on the docket. If that's the desire of council, that's certainly what we can do. I would appreciate some direction on how important that is for council, because there are a number of bylaws currently on a list. So we'd be adding this one to the list, and I wouldn't be able to at this point in time commit to coming back to council or committee at a certain particular time. So wanting some feedback on that if that's the will of committee.
Committee, should we move this up the docket or get it on the docket list and move it up? Councillor Zavitz?
No, thank you, through you. I'd be quite happy to see this come forward next spring. I think there's a lot of items on the plate, personally. But I'm not,
So,
not the one that says.
is that saying, don't put it any higher on our docket list of bylaws?
I'm not sure where it is on the docket list, but
It's not on.
we have other,
It's not.
I don't know, so. I would bring it, I would bring it forward, and out of respect for the public process. Next summer, I don't know.
Councillor Burry and then Councillor
I wasn't
Roberts.
subject to or able to read the delegation before, but if I was able to parse it out, I think that the piece that was there is the noise. So we're already looking at the noise bylaw. My gut told me that it's not really the zoos bylaw that was as concerned about. That could probably go farther down the docket, but the noise that is coming from the wildlife sanctuary, which we should capture in our noise bylaw, which we are, it's high up on.
Noise coming from wildlife sanctuaries in general.
Right.
Yes. It was Councillor Roberts and Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. And for the question, should we put it on the docket? I think it'd be appropriate sometime in the future to bring a list of those bylaws that we have so that we could reprioritize them or change the priority to refresh our minds, because I know we really got the noise popped up there, but there might be something else that we think should be number one, number two.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, it's funny you asked this. I had somebody question, there's nothing we can do about it. We have a dog bylaw. Somebody has a horse wandering around that's not tied up, it's nothing, it just wanders as if it was a dog, which could be a problem for traffic hitting it. And that's what we should maybe look at some of our bylaws and expand them. Thank you.
All right. So committee, I think there's a general interest that, we'd like this to come back. I don't get the sense that there's it is the absolute highest priority, but there was a suggestion that perhaps staff could come back and show us what the current docket list is, and maybe at that point we could decide whether we want to move this one up or leave it at the bottom of the docket list, knowing that I think the noise bylaw is at the top of the list. So perhaps when you come back with the noise bylaw, you can come back with a list of what's on the docket and with your view of priority. Is that satisfactory to committee? We don't need a resolution for that. Very well. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. All right. General information. Do we have anything to do with? I don't think we do have any of these items, do we? On the under 16. Land tribunal. Okay. Come on, I want to do that for. Yep. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just wondering, I'm wanting to ask staff and or the mayor if they've heard. Have we heard back from the OLT of, or are we supposed to have our meeting tomorrow?
District was canceled. Was it? Yes.
But we'll see. And again, that's because the OLT, sorry, I'm looking at
I'm not
staff.
talking about district was canceled.
It's
Director Hull?
District extended it, it was canceled.
For the OP.
The district council meeting for tomorrow.
Yes.
Cancel. We have one item.
Does that answer your question,
No.
Councillor?
Like, quite honestly, being transparent, if you want, I just think that that's information that should be around this table. But that's just my opinion, apparently, and
Mayor Kelly, do you have any comment in addition to Council Burris?
I'm looking at CAO Pink as to whether or not there's an update from last night.
CEO Pink?
Seems to think there is.
Yes, unfortunately, I haven't had time to thoroughly review it, but late yesterday, and I haven't had time during this meeting to read it, the chair of the Ontario Land Tribunal has initiated a request for review of the official plan decision. So they are seeking all the parties' comments on that. So we will be writing instructions to legal counsel as to how to respond.
All right.
Chair of the Ontario Land Tribunal.
All right. Thank you for asking. Committee, I have one more resolution, and I think we all know what it is. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 2:54 p.m. and that the next regular Planning Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, September the 11th, 2025 at 9 a.m. via electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers, municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Any opposed?